Hi, good morning, everybody. I'd like to call to order the January 23rd, 2024 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Supervisor Nelson.
Here.
Supervisor Williams.
Here.
Supervisor Katz.
Here.
Supervisor Hartman.
Here.
And Chair Lavanino.
Here. At this time, please stand and join the board in pledging allegiance to the flag. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, the next item of business is the approval of the minutes from the January 9th, 2024 meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Nelson, second by Supervisor Hartman. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Moves us to our CEO report. The next item of business, County Executive Officers report. Mona?
Chair Lavanino and board members, I have 4 announcements, and this morning I am pleased to announce the arrival of our new Community Services Director. Jesus Armas comes to the county with extensive leadership experience spanning over 30 years in the public and private sectors, including 15 years as the city manager for the city of Hayward. In his role, he developed and managed an operating budget of $181 million and was successful in developing and managing dozens of initiatives and projects, ranging from sustainability work, library and recreation services, affordable housing, and community development for lower and middle income households. So please welcome Jesus to the county.
I'm eager to really get my hands wrapped around so many critical issues in this community, and I look forward to working with each of you and other members of the county staff and department staff to make sure we continue the good work of this county. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have two other announcements this morning. One is regarding the Earthquake Brace and Bolt Program. The Earthquake Brace and Bolt Program is providing eligible homeowners up to $3,000 in seismic retrofit grants. Can you put the slide up, please? To help strengthen their homes against earthquake damage. Eligibility requirements include owning a home built before 1980, having a house with a raised foundation or crawl space under it, and living in an eligible zip code. Many county home owners will be eligible to receive funds, and so to see if you can qualify, information is at readysbc.org and applications are due February 21st. The next announcement is regarding SBA disaster loans for the December 2023 storm and flooding. The U.S. Small Business Administration announced that low-interest federal disaster loans are available to Santa Barbara County businesses and residents affected by the storm and flooding that occurred last month, from December 21st to December 23rd. The deadline to apply for property damage is March 11th, and for economic injury is October 10th, and more information, again, can be found at our website, readysbc.org. And lastly, as a treat this morning, we have another Your County, Your Heroes video from Kelsey Butita, who is our communications manager and PIO. The final item, this video features our unsung heroes throughout the county who embody the spirit of selflessness and dedication. And as you know, the videos in this series are played on Channel 20 throughout the week and are highlighted in our monthly county newsletter, are shown on CSB TV, YouTube page, and on our social media. So this morning, we are pleased to honor the all-volunteer Santa Barbara County Search and Rescue Team, and many are in the audience today, and in particular, Nelson Trickler, a dedicated volunteer since 1981. So let's show the film.
Welcome to Santa Barbara County, where extraordinary individuals shine bright. Join us as we celebrate the unsung heroes who embody the spirit of selflessness and dedication. From tireless volunteers to dedicated public servants, these remarkable individuals who inspire us all. Your county, your heroes.
My name is Nelson Trichler. I'm with the Santa Barbara County Search and Rescue Team. I've been with the team since 1982, so over 40 years now. Still getting out on the trails as much as I can, trying to help provide search and rescue services to the county. During our coverage, we encounter many types of incidents that we have to respond to. A typical one might be someone who's hiking and they have some type of medical emergency up on the trails. We will respond and access that person, try to stabilize them, and then work on transportation out. And we often work with the other first responder agencies in order to get the patient treated and then back to the ambulance or heal it out if it's necessary. About 40% of our calls are for missing people. The Thomas Fire and the debris flow are a couple major incidents that stand out in the years that I've been doing this to deal with evacuations and responses.
But it's obviously expanded west and now into the city.
We did dozens of rescues of people out of their houses. We did multiple searches for people that were reported missing, and we participated in some of the body recoveries.
As I joined the team just over 5 years ago, Nelson was one of the figureheads, the features, the characters that I met when I joined. You know, what Nelson brings to the table is just a ton of professional and personal experience. He's one of our swiftwater rescue technician training instructors. Nelson has a calm confidence. When we get out into the real world in chaos and dynamic environments and change, you know, having someone like Nelson who is just able to quickly analyze situations, support team members in decision making, and keep an overall calm so that we can perform more highly. It's been an amazing experience.
The County Search and Rescue team is 100% volunteers. There's thousands and thousands of hours a year that goes into making this team run efficiently.
We have roughly 50 team members. You know, we work like a family as one cohesive unit.
If we do the job right, it's an awesome feeling. Very, very proud of our team over the years and the type of people who join, the type of people commit to giving of their time and their service and their abilities to care for others who find themselves in unfortunate, not planned circumstances. We're professional volunteers in search and rescue, and our reward is just being able to help people.
So thank you to the whole search and rescue team and Nelson. And Nelson, if you would please stand so we can recognize you. Could you please stand so we can recognize you? That concludes my report, Chair.
All right, well, you know how to get a meeting kicked off, right on. Thank you very much, all of you. You know, seeing those pictures is just awe-inspiring, and we just really appreciate all that you do. You are the finest among us, so thank you very much. We really appreciate it. All right, the next item of business is the resolutions to be presented. I will now entertain a motion to approve the resolutions, which are administrative items 1 through 3. Any motion?
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Hartman, second by Nelson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, passed unanimously. Let's go to resolution number 1. Madam Clerk, can you read number 1 into the record?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 1 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution celebrating the Lompoc Teen Center's grand reopening. And joining us in person today, we have Victor Alejandro Cortez and Alexandra Magna. If you can please come to the podium. I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas the Lompoc Teen Center provides a safe space for at-risk teens, 7th through 12th grade, to achieve academic success and college readiness, and helps to broaden the horizons of Lompoc youth through programs and excursion activities. And whereas the center was inaugurated in June 2022 under the leadership of Director Mitch Turina and founder Cliff Lambert, alongside board members Charles Rogers, Jake Brown, Kent Rojakowski, Alexandra Magna, and Carla Miller, and has become a pivotal institution for Lompoc youth. And whereas the Yes I Can, Se Se Puedo after-school tutorial program at the center successfully bridges learning gaps and has served more than 150 students and counting. And whereas the center provides skill-building programming beyond academic tutoring like peer-to-peer leadership cultivation. And whereas the center has awarded more than $42,000 in scholarships to students participating in its Leadership Fellows program. And whereas the center's success is attributed to collaborative partnerships with organizations like the Endowment for Youth Community, True Vine Bible Fellowship, Lompoc Unified School District, Ken Slott from InvestTech, the Santa Barbara Foundation, the Mosier Foundation, the G.A. Fowler Family Foundation, and the Ann Jackson Family Foundation. And whereas the recent grand reopening of the center in the heart of Lompoc will undoubtedly have a profoundly positive impact on the lives of Lompoc youth. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County recognizes and expresses gratitude to individuals, organizations, and foundations supporting the Lompoc Teen Center, recognizing its transformative impact on local teenagers and significant contributions to the community, providing a safe haven, academic support, and leadership development opportunities, and significant contributions to the community. Passed and adopted today. Thank you.
So good morning, everyone. I am Alexandra Magana, and it is both a privilege to stand here. It's both an honor and a privilege to stand here before you as the Lompoc Teen Center president. We are humbled at this opportunity to connect with a more profound purpose to support the Lompoc Teen Center, to support the impact that the Lompoc Teen Center has made on our community in such a short time and the impact it will have in the future with your support. A heartfelt thank you to you all, but especially to Joanne Hartman and Alma Hernandez for your continued support. Thank you so much.
I just want to reiterate that a huge thank you to Joan Hartman and Alma Hernandez. Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had an opportunity to go to a fundraiser this weekend for the Teen Center, and it was an extraordinary event because you had people from all walks of life stepping up in a packed event to support the youth of Lompoc. There's not a community I've ever represented that doesn't say they need more activities for youth, but nowhere is that truer than in Lompoc. And so the community has really stepped up, and with leadership, young people have a place to go after school. That's really a great place to hang out. They've got tutoring, and they've got snacks, and then they've got all kinds of music and film and games, and there's an incentive built into this so that as they do their homework and progress, then they earn points and they go to great places like Magic Mountain. So, and they've got vans and they can transport. So it really is a way to incentivize young people, allow them to socialize together and really be in a safe place. They even have activities on Friday night till 8, a place to keep kids active. And so it's really been a long time. This has been years in people's imagination, and you've really made it happen, and you've brought it close to the high school, close to the center where students are, and we all want to support you in any way we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that takes us to our second resolution, administrative item number 2. Madam Clerk, can you please read item 2 into the record?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 2 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution celebrating the launching of the California Nature Art Museum. And joining us in person today, we have Stacy Odie Demangate, the Executive Director of the Wildling Museum, and Joni Kelly. If you could join us at the podium, and I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas the Wildling Museum in Solvang, California was created in 1997 by founder and Santa Barbara artist Patty Jacquemain, whose vision was to use art exhibitions as a way to bring attention to the importance of conservation of natural lands. And whereas the mission of the museum is to inspire stewardship of the natural world by inspiring a love of nature through art exhibitions, education, and programs. And whereas over the past 23 years, the museum has curated over 100 exhibitions to creatively explore and promote this mission, along with offering hundreds of programs, classes, hikes, movie screenings, and more. And whereas the museum has served more than 150,000 visitors since its inception, both locals and people from all over the world. And whereas the museum has grown and expanded its original facility and now owns its building, helping to secure its financial future. And whereas in January 2024, the Wildling Museum is relaunching as the California Nature Art Museum in order to widen its scope to the amazing natural wonders of the Golden State, most especially our beautiful Central Coast. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County recognizes the importance, artistic, and cultural contributions of the museum and celebrates its next chapter and relaunching as the California Nature Art Museum, passed and adopted today.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman, and all of you for this recognition as we're in this process of renaming and rebranding. It's been my honor to be at the helm of the Wildling, now the California Nature Art Museum, for 14 years, and have been a part of a lot of change and growth there. We were thrilled with our decision to move to Solvang in 2013, and then buying the building in 2017 was kind of a leap of faith, and paid off, because then we paid off that mortgage just 5 years later, and to be debt-free as a small institution is really a wonderful accomplishment. And after those big things happened, our leadership felt ready to tackle our name, because we have lived with the confusion that Wildling or Wilding or Wilding has brought to people who are not well acquainted to us. And a lot of people have assumptions with that name, and they thought there was a Mr. Wildling, usually a Mr., and he must have left us boatloads of money in order to get us started. And I only wish that was the case. That didn't happen. And it just was a word that people didn't understand. Our founder chose it because it's a word that means plant or animal out in the wilderness, which is a great word and a great name, and so we're continuing to use that word. Our first floor gallery is now the Wildling Gallery, so we will keep incorporating that word. But our main name now is clearly understandable by the general public, and we really needed that. And by the way, we're no longer at the end of the alphabet, which is kind of a nice thing. Sounds small, but not necessarily. California is such an incredible state. It's a complicated state, as we all know, but maybe the least controversial thing about California is the natural areas that we have. The number of diverse kinds of ecosystems that our state has makes us a literal global biodiversity hotspot. And it is our pride, it's our privilege as our institution to be able to tell stories about those ecosystems, about those animals that live there. And it's so exciting to be part of that kind of an institution, and now with a name that better explains what we do. We're really busy creating all kinds of new programming with our new assistant director. Our calendar's getting very full. Check us out online, calnatureartmuseum.org, and we hope to see many of you in our galleries very soon. And thank you again so much for this recognition.
Thank you. Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I used to serve on the board of the formerly known Wildling Museum, and it's really a treasure in the Santa Ynez Valley and all of Santa Barbara County. They have amazing programs, art programs for children. They have juried art competitions. They have a permanent collection. And I've had a number of really peak experiences with some of their exhibits. I remember The World at Night, Wildlife on the Edge, the Oak Group that did the Santa Ynez River exhibit, and so many more. So if you haven't been there, go, because it's really a treasure, and now it's got a name that you recognize, California Nature Art Museum. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. That takes us to resolution number 3. Madam Clerk, can you please read administrative item 3 into the record?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 3 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman and Supervisor Williams. It is to adopt a resolution honoring community trail organizations for providing emergency repairs and ongoing maintenance of front county trails. And joining us in person today, we have Ashley Mayfield, the president of Montecito Trails Foundation, and anyone else who'd like to join you at the podium. Whereas the Santa Ynez Mountain Front County Trail System provides a recreation resource of county-wide importance essential to the public health and welfare, and these trails were severely damaged during the severe winter of 2022 through 2023, which required extensive reconstruction and ongoing maintenance. And whereas the community trail organizations performed extraordinary efforts to repair severe damage to the Front County Trail System by funding hundreds of thousands of dollars for trail repairs and organizing volunteer efforts for major trail reconstruction projects and ongoing trail maintenance. And whereas these community trail organizations play an essential role in partnering with government agencies to plan, design, construct, and maintain trails in the San Ynez Mountains. And whereas these community trail organizations led required emergency trail repairs and significant reconstruction of the front country trail system from winter storms and previous natural disasters at a challenging time when government agencies needed to address widespread community damage. And whereas these community trail organizations are essential partners to the county and other government agencies in continuing to provide outdoor recreation opportunities for the public. And whereas the community trail organizations provide these essential public recreational services to the county and other agencies at limited public expense, greatly benefiting the community by providing high-quality, free outdoor recreational activities. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara does hereby honor the trail supporting organizations and individuals acknowledged in the trails section of the County of Santa Barbara website for their significant contributions to the recreational opportunities available to residents of the county and visitors, passed and adopted today.
Good morning, and thank you guys for your recognition. I'd like to introduce the gentleman with me today. Representing Los Padres Forest Association, I have Brian Conant as well as Paul Cronshaw. Little wave. Thanks, guys. From Sage Trail Alliance, we have Mike Tarpey. From the Santa Barbara Outdoors, I have Ray Ford. We're missing today a representative from the Multi-Use Trail Coalition as well as the Bucket Brigade. I know you guys can all picture Abe. His hair's a little longer these days. And I'm here representing the Montecito Trails Foundation. Together, we have put in an extraordinary amount of work in this last year. It was remarkable to see the damage 5 years from 1/9, almost as bad in the trail system. These folks are not only dedicated to the long-term maintenance of our trail system, but they're also our county's trails first responders. After last January's storm on 1/9, it's within reason to say that we suffered more damage to our local trail network than we did after the debris flow. Almost immediately, with coordination of these groups, we were able to put out scouts all over the front country and local community trails. Capturing photos and videos of the damage, we collaborated together to put together plans of work. These same volunteers, after scouting tirelessly for the first few weeks, particularly in case of Paul Cronshaw here, volunteered to work these same projects. The amount of work done this last year is extraordinary. I know you're all familiar with the Cold Springs Trail System. In that trail system alone, which holds easements from the county, city, and Forest Service, our organization put in 1,500 hours of paid professional crew work, as well as 600 more volunteer hours. Overall in the forest, Los Padres put in 9,900 volunteer hours. 22,724 hours contributed to the forest overall between professional trail crew days, as well as volunteer hours. Sage put in 6,000 more hours. I don't have the hours from Santa Barbara Trails Council, but I know that they were worked tirelessly at Barone. I think it's safe to say we put in over 20,000 hours with volunteers, not to mention paid crew. So we appreciate your recognition. It's not to mention the backcountry, which has also been served well by this community. Thank you so much for recognizing us as community partners.
Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that our Parks Department relies on your work. And I've never seen that anywhere across any other departments in the county where volunteers step up and really do the hard work. You're mapping trails, you're repairing trails, you're building trails, you're maintaining trails, and you're advising people on new trails. It's backbreaking hard work. I've done a little bit of it, but mostly I like to enjoy the efforts of your work. So thank you so much.
I would agree. And we're able to do that because we can communicate so well with county parks. And so we appreciate those relationships as well. And I know on a Saturday afternoon I can get an answer about a trail easement from Georgia Moon, or Jeff will call me. And yesterday I was picking up poop bags to restock at the county yard, and Lloyd was there. And so we have these relationships, and it's what helps us support the county. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Ashley. All right.
All right. Madam Clerk, are any announcements or changes to our agenda today?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, I do have a few announcements this morning. We posted an addendum to today's agenda on Friday, January 19th, adding administrative item number 34 to the agenda. And yesterday, on January 23rd, we did receive a withdrawal request from the department on this item. And just for the public and to note for the record, administrative item number 34 is from the Community Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding an agreement with Harris and Associates to prepare a county-wide strategic plan for workforce housing development and preservation. Again, the department has submitted a withdrawal request to withdraw this item from today's agenda, and this can be added to the balance of the administrative agenda. Additionally, we received a request from the department to withdraw departmental item number 1. Departmental item number 1 is from the Community Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an ordinance to amend County Code Chapter 46A, inclusionary housing. The department has requested to withdraw this item from today's agenda and will bring it back to the board at a later date. That has not been determined at this time. And may I suggest to the board that we wait to take this item up when we go to the departmental agenda, should any requests to speak on the withdrawal are received from the public. Lastly, for the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that number is 805-568-2240. And that concludes my announcements for today.
Thank you very much. Next item of business is the remaining administrative agenda. Would any board members like to pull any items from the administrative agenda? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. I'd like to pull items A16 and A17.
Okay. Any other board members have any items? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, do any members of the public request to pull any items on the administrative agenda?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, we have requests from the public on administrative item 15 and 17.
Okay, so we have 15, 16, and 17. I'll now entertain a motion to approve the balance of the administrative agenda items except for 15, 16, and 17.
So moved.
And I second.
Okay, go ahead.
I will second that, Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Hartman, second by Supervisor Capps. All those in favor, sorry.
Does that include the removal of A34?
It does. Thought we were going to check that later.
Just make sure.
Yep.
Yes, that if that can include the addition and then the withdrawal of A34 in the balance of the agenda, that would be great.
Cool. Got it. We good? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Balance is approved. We'll now take up the administrative items pulled in numerical order. Madam Clerk, please read administrative item number 15 into the record.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 15 is from the General Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding the vacation of the unused portion of a county road and right-of-way at 365 Main Street, Los Alamos, RP file number 004061, and this is in the 4th District. And we have one request to speak from the public on this item, and we are going to Zoom for Allard Jensen. Allard? Allard, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute yourself to provide your comments. There you go.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Allard Jensen. I'm the property owner, and I'm here to answer any questions that you have.
Okay.
That's it.
You. Great. Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, go ahead. And with that, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve A15. This is in my district in Los Alamos. It involves the county vacating, I believe, 30 feet of frontage of the road on, or the county right-of-way on Main Street in Los Alamos. I think our right-of-way is currently 80 feet, and this is functionally already the front yard of this property. So I talked with General Services, and I have no objection. So with that, I would make a motion to approve item A15.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Supervisor Nelson, second by Hartman. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, can you please read administrative item number 16 into the record? And as we read these each into the record, public comment, future public comment on those will be capped at whoever's already in the queue.
Chair Levanino and members of the board, administrative item number 16 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding the Coastal Resource Mitigation Fund, CRMF, grant contract with the Lompoc Unified School District for the Cabrillo High School Aquarium, and this is in the 4th District.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lebanino. I just wanted to pull this item to highlight this contribution and thank the board for the continuing support of the Cabrillo High School Aquarium. It's a very unique program in the state of California or anywhere for a high school to run and operate an aquarium. If anybody in the public that hasn't got a chance to visit the Lompoc Aquarium, I really encourage you to do that. And it's completely student-run with faculty advisors. And a school district like Lompoc, where there often isn't a lot of the resources, we saw with just one of the resolutions about the Lompoc Teen Center, this is one of those positive things that they're able to do and invest in that often doesn't have a lot of support. There's not a line in the state budget for an aquarium. So it's really important that they receive these funds from the county, from these CRIMP funds, I believe it's called now. Since 2021, we've actually put over $400,000 into this aquarium. So it's really appreciated. I do want to let the public know that their next event, open house, will be on February 21st from 6 to 8 p.m. at Cabrillo High School. The theme of this will be Welcome to the Wetlands. And so they have these great themed events. It's great for all ages, especially young kids, but it's a small unit there at the Lompoc Aquarium, but it rivals aquariums for its size from Long Beach to Monterey. So it's something special that we have on the Central Coast and in the 4th District, and I really encourage the public to take advantage of that, and if they have the opportunity to support it financially, that's something I would encourage others to do as well. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve item A16.
Second.
Chair Levanino, members of the board, just a friendly reminder, if you can use your VoteCast systems, it's helpful for us to track those.
Okay.
Oh,
Is it up?
great. Thank you very much.
Oh, there we go. All right, so I still like announcing it because I don't think everybody can see that. So the motion was by Supervisor Nelson, seconded by Hartman. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Passes unanimously. Takes us to item A17. Madam Clerk, please read 17 into the record.
Chair Levanino and members of the board, administrative item number 17 is from the Public Health Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding an ordinance amending Chapter 7, Animals and Fowl, Article 1, and adding Article 9, roosters, to regulate and to limit the number of roosters by parcel size that may be kept on a single premise in Santa Barbara County. And we currently have 8 requests to speak from the public on this item.
All right. We'll grant each speaker 3 minutes.
And we are going to begin on Zoom with Wayne Pacell. Wayne?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Great. Thank you. Chair Levanino and other supervisors, thank you so much for considering this ordinance, and Supervisor Hartman, thank you for initiating it. I want to just address some of the issues that came up at the last hearing on this matter. I represent Animal Wellness Action. I've worked on cockfighting issues and related questions for 30 years. And I want to say that Santa Barbara County taking this action puts you in very good company with Ventura County, LA, Riverside, Orange, San Diego, a number of counties up and down the Central Valley, North Coast counties, and interior counties. This is a mainstream action. The problems of cockfighting, noise disturbance, and disease transmission from fighting birds are well documented. I want to just underscore there's a bit of a kabuki dance going on here that folks who are cockfighters are pretending to be something else. I want to just underscore that Dr. Tom Poole, who was the territorial veterinarian for Guam, who's one of our agricultural veterinarians, noted that 12,000 fighting birds were shipped from the States to Guam over the last 5 years. California was the #2 shipper. Nobody admits that they do this, but there is simply no confusing what's going on with large numbers of specific breeds of birds: hatches, sweaters, kelsos. They are housed differently than other birds. They're typically tethered to aim frame huts, or tethered to little blue barrels, and they are trafficked for fights and for sale to other cockfighters in what is a global business. The poultry show industry, which is one of the facades, is not occurring on a scale that warrants this sort of private ownership of fighting birds. We estimate there are 20 million fighting birds in the US, many of them trafficked to Mexico, the Philippines, Vietnam, and 25 other countries, and also destined for fights in the US. What happened in LA County is instructive to what you are facing in Santa Barbara County. When Riverside, San Bernardino, Orange, San Diego stopped people from aggregating large numbers of these fighting birds, the cockfighters gathered in Los Angeles County, in North LA County. They had a cockfighting stable with 7,000 birds that were there. And I just want to say that the stakes are quite high here. California has had a number of outbreaks of avian diseases, specifically variant Newcastle disease, that came from smuggled birds from other states and from Mexico. The last outbreak that started in mid-2018 and lasted through 2020 in Southern California resulted in the killing of more than 1.2 million birds, the expenditure of $100 million. There was a prior outbreak 15 years before, again tied to cockfighting, that resulted in the expenditure of $170 million of public funds and 3.2 million birds
Thank you,
depopulated.
Wayne. That is your time.
Thank you very much.
We will now go to Paula Kislak, to be followed by Lee Heller. Paula?
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Lavanino and members of the board. My name is Paula Kislak. I'm a local veterinarian. I am the founder and board member of the Humane Society Veterinary Medical Association, a veterinary professional association of more than 8,000 members. My work has been published in peer-reviewed journals, medical journals, and other publications domestically and internationally, and I've delivered webinars and lectures on a variety of topics, including genetics and breeding. I'm here to address the specific issues that have been brought up recently regarding genetic diversity in breeding of roosters. Opponents claim they need to own and house enough roosters to have genetic diversity, but most farm animal and companion animal breeders, including dog, cat, ferret, and equine and bovine and other agricultural animal breeders, do not own the full diversity of males they need in their breeding programs. They either send their females out to be covered or bred, or they bring in males temporarily and briefly to breed for diversity. I believe that the aspiration of having a high quality breeding program is not why rooster breeders house and feed dozens, hundreds, and sometimes thousands of disruptive birds, because it is clearly not considered a financially or logistically reasonable or feasible industry strategy. And that's the point that I wish to make. But if anybody has any other questions that I can answer as a veterinarian, I'm happy to. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Lee Heller, to be followed by Susan Stevens. Lee?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, I won't take much of your time since this issue was well covered 2 weeks ago. I just want to reiterate a few things. This ordinance does not affect legitimate commercial poultry operations. So people who are speaking today who have a business practice, a business permit and license are exempt. Hobby breeders of dogs and cats are required to obtain permits and may not have an unlimited number of animals. So why should rooster breeders be held to a different standard? I won't echo what Dr. Kislak just said, except to say that in fact, very few hobby breeders own every male they need to have genetic diversity. That would be different in the commercial industry, but the commercial industry, again, is exempt. And finally, I would point out that some of the folks who are complaining about having to have a permit are already in violation of their zoning ordinance And so they would not be eligible, and they are already in violation even with this ordinance not to pass. So thank you, and I look forward to you moving forward with passage today.
We will now go to Susan Stevens, and then we will return to Santa Barbara with Marcus Marino. Susan? And Susan, we have unmuted you on our end. If you...
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning, supervisors and staff. Obviously, everyone here has knowledge of animal cruelty. However, unfortunately, I don't think they know the full extent of this particular cruelty of cockfighting. Sadly, me and my family have had to learn this. We do live in Sabata Canyon. Some may think it's natural for roosters to fight for dominance in space, which is true, but cockfighting is nothing like that whatsoever. It's a true blood sport with a fight to the death. There's an abundance of information on PETA's website. Basically, the roosters are born, raised, trained to fight on game farms. Breeders kill the birds they deem inferior, keeping only the birds who are game, meaning that they're willing to fight. The birds spend most of their lives tethered by one leg near inadequate shelter, and the closures are small and close together to encourage aggression. Breeders condition the birds to fight through physical work, including attaching weights or blades to their legs for practice fights with other roosters. Breeders hack off the roosters' wattles and or combs, which is the flesh at the top of their heads and under their beaks, to prevent other roosters from tearing them off in the ring. The rooster's spurs, the natural bony protrusion on their legs, are cut off so more deadly artificial weapons can be strapped on. Law enforcement often find performance-enhancing drugs during raids. The cockfights are usually held in round or square enclosures called cockpits or simply pits. One eyewitness described a fight this way: with neck feathers fanned and wings whirring, the birds jump and paray at each other. They kick and duel in midair, striking at each other with feet and beak. If the fighting wanes, handlers pick up the birds and blow on their backs, yank at their beaks, and hold them beak to beak in an attempt to work them back into a frenzy. The birds are put back in the pits and the fight doesn't end until one rooster is dead or nearly dead. Losing birds are often discarded in a barrel or trash can, even if they are still alive. This is a very serious problem, and obviously I'm an animal lover. I don't want any animal to suffer, and I will stay in this fight until whatever needs to happen. And animal services, they need an ordinance with verbiage that gives them the ability to access a property suspected of this animal abuse without having to give advance notice. Without this, it just becomes a game, wasting county officers' time and wasting taxpayers' money. Thank you.
We will now return to Santa Barbara with Marcus Marino, to be followed by Eduardo Ramos. Marcus?
Hello, good morning to everyone. I'm here this morning not to talk about your personal feelings. I'm here not to talk about your personal views. I'm here to discuss the corruption in front of us, the corruption that we have been witnessing here since January 9th, when the Board of Supervisors allow the private investors to create laws that eventually would benefit your private pockets, okay? Those guys are not elected officials. They don't have any authority to create ordinances, to create rules, or to create laws. And you guys gave them the right to do that in front of us. It was recorded, it was in video, it was on the newspaper. You guys have violated very, very severe federal laws. One of them, you can find it under the Federal Criminal Code, Title 18, Section 666. If you are convicted all of you face 20 years in federal prison because you are taking money directly or indirectly from the citizens under those acts that we witnessed. Now, there is too many laws, state laws and federal laws, that you guys are violating by trying to impose these ordinances. And we demand that you guys will cancel these ordinances. You guys are here to protect us. You guys are here to protect our rights and protect the law. And honestly, it's a disgrace what you guys are doing. You guys are a disgrace to the flag. You're a disgrace to the Constitution of the United States. And you are a disgrace to the Hispanic community. And you're sitting up there pretending that you care for our traditions, our cultures, and the benefit for the Hispanics. Guess what? You don't. You care about your personal financial gains. And I know that everything is rigged, is corrupted, because you have a lot of friends on the high courts. But you need to remember one thing, that we gave you the power to be there. And with the same, in the same place, we can remove that power from you. Okay? Look at your demographics. Now the Hispanic community, we up to 64 million registered people in the United States. If you are willing and thinking on keeping a job in office, you should look at your demographics and do what's right under God and under the Constitution of the United States. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now go to Eduardo Ramos. Eduardo?
Good morning, and thank you for letting me speak again. Thank you to everyone, and thank you for coming. I want to start off by pointing out that the gal that called, I don't know the reason why she's not here. She was the third call. I also live in Cevada Canyon, and I never met her. I don't think she knows who I am, but that's fine. Is there any evidence of cockfighting in the canyon? That's a question that I just want to throw out there, because there's a lot of speculations of cockfighting, and honestly, who has been charged? So I know you guys are all saying, no, there's cockfighting, cock this, cockfighting. That's the only way and the only entrance you guys have to enter this issue. But I want to tell everyone and everyone who watches this video that we're not cockfighting. These people are only pushing this ordinance to because that's the humane way of getting to the issue. Now, there has been comments here from the Board of Supervisors where they actually said that they have friends in the canyon, and everybody, if they watch the last video, they'll know who they are. I'm sure they're making some donations, or maybe they have a friend. How far is that property away from mine? Has anybody done any decibel reader checks? What the problem is? What time did you guys go and stop by my property? I invite you guys to go over there. There's bigger issues in the county. I see a lot of homeless people in Lompoc. I see a lot of corruption in here where we stand. I see a lot of people when I drive up and down the county. I see a lot of homeless, and I don't know what you guys or why you guys don't tackle those issues. There's people in the rivers. I mean, I also want to point out that basically, the attention to the California Constitution, Article 1, Section 1, 7, and 9, and 26. Article 3, Section 1, in addition, the United States Constitution. See Article 1, Section 9, Paragraph 3, no bill of attainder or ex post facto law. And again, Section 10, no state should pass any bill, attainder, ex post facto law. As soon as this legislation goes into effect, you are immediately a criminal. Also, the 5th and the 14th Amendments to the United States Constitution. Thank you and have a great day.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay. That closes it?
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, that concludes public
Thank
comment on
you.
this item.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. I had pulled this item not because I want to relitigate 2 weeks ago, because I think we discussed it fully at that point. But I do think that some of the things that I might have said got lost, and so I've heard from some of the people in the public. So I wanted to make sure that, for the record, that it's known that I condemn any threats against any members of the public or this board. I don't think that's a civil way to go about making change. So I want to make sure that I'm clear on that. The second part is I also condemn the cockfighting. I don't think that that's something that anybody on this board supports. My concerns 2 weeks ago were about the impacts to agriculture and making sure that it was fully vetted out there. You know, as I mentioned, I was disappointed that not all the players were at the AAC, and I would have liked to seen that them all be able to have that opportunity. And if they had, and the AAC would have supported a resolution, it would have been unanimous up here. Those are the people that I would turn to for advice on whether they felt that this was legitimate for agricultural reasons. And that kind of helped over the last 2 weeks evolve some of my thinking, and just want to float that out there for the board, is us and maybe in the future to be looking at some of these properties that are ag zoning, but are really become residential lots, big residential lots, that we maybe take the nod from other counties that actually have made those rural residential, because then it's residential zoning, and then we're able to use land use in that way. What becomes confusing is when we we have the ag zoning, and then we have these things that are potentially nuisances that impact residential members of the community. If this was rural residential, I'd have a different take on where we're at today as we move this forward. So I just want to get those out there for the record. I won't be supporting the ordinance as is, but I wanted to just throw those things out there as potential solutions in the future. I want to make sure when I'm in the dissent that I'm also bringing things to the table for us as a board to think about. So with that, thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
Yes, I would move adoption of the ordinance on this second reading and determine that it's not an action that's a project under CEQA.
I'll second. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Let's take a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Nelson?
No.
Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
Supervisor Capps?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Chair Lavanino?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay, now is the time for members of the public to speak on items that are not on today's agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak on general public comment?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, yes, we have 11 requests to speak on general public comment today.
Okay. And we're going to close general public comment at this point with those who are already in the queue. Each speaker will get 3 minutes.
We will begin on Zoom with Lisa Sloan. Lisa?
Do you know which one it is?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay. Thank you so much. Good morning, Chair Lavanino and honorable board members. My name is Lisa Sloan, and I've been a resident of Goleta for 33 years. Professor and election expert J. Alex Halderman demonstrated in a Colorado courtroom before Judge Amy Totenberg his ability to hack into a Dominion voting machine using only a pen. Why would Santa Barbara County trust our votes, the very voice of the citizens, to such a vulnerable system? For many decades, our county relied upon single-day hand counting of paper ballots with a photo ID required. I cannot board an airplane without a photo ID, but it's not because airplanes are racist. Rather, to protect the safety of every passenger. Please restore the voice of the citizens who love this county and return to paper ballots. In addition, I also wanted to mention the cost that we could save lots of funding that is used for Dominion machines right now. We could save a lot of money. And also, please tell your constituents about our event this Saturday, January 27th, which will be the demonstration of an election process using hand counting of paper ballots. Come to Chomps and Solvang from 10:30 to 2:30 this Saturday. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
We will now bring it back to Santa Barbara and begin with Chuck Williams, to be followed by Leanne Woollever. Chuck?
Good morning, Supervisors and Chair Lavinino. Bob Nelson, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for participating in the Old Town Orchid Christmas Parade and providing pizza to all the volunteers. Appreciate it very much. Thank you. I'm here with New California State today. New California State will become a reality in the very near future. You ask why? Well, it's because of a lot of freedoms and extreme liberal NGO regulations in communist California. Neighborhood safety is slipping away rapidly with illegal and uncontrolled immigration. Too many kids are being brainwashed in grade schools, every level, including high school through colleges. Pornography, critical race theory, Nazi lies designed to create racism within our society. We were all Americans when I was in school. There was no racism. Our farmers are being heavily burdened with regulations, state water board, equipment emissions, special fertilizers, packaging, shipping, and paying ridiculous fines while trying to make a living and providing work for their employees and trying to pay this ridiculous new minimum wage. Construction costs, regulation, and building permits are out of control and outrageous. Our constitutional freedoms of speech, equality of life, our sacred Christian religion, and Second Amendment are being destroyed every day. A young man from Santa Barbara rightfully aggravated when a mentally deranged young man needlessly shot and killed multiple local teens in Santa Barbara not long ago. Our hearts go out to the innocent victims and the families. However, California gun owners are equally as upset as the young man. Why are gun owners wrongfully penalized for the type of killings when their guns did not kill anyone? Millions of firearm owners pay dues to clubs, organizations such as NRA, CRPA. Millions of dollars annually. These are great hunting and sport organizations, sport shooting organizations. Legal gun owners have over 300 million guns and probably 1 trillion rounds of ammunition. Seriously, if gun owners were the problem, you would know it. The National Rifle Association and the California Rifle and Pistol Association murder 0 people and receive nothing from the government funds. Planned Parenthood kills 350,000 babies every year and receive $500 million, tax dollars. And we personally, right here in Santa Barbara County, our county sheriff is not a 100% constitutional supporter. He's weaving on the Second Amendment. We have a man in the White House who left 300,000 new guns for the Taliban, and he is lecturing us on gun control. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Leanne Woollever, to be followed by Philip Gallanders. Leanne?
Good morning. My name is Leanne Woollever. I'm the chair of the state of New California. I'm going to give you a little bit of history of New California. The New California State is a grassroots organization started by the citizens of California. Our foundation is a Declaration of Independence and the United States Constitution, which is the supreme law of the land. In the United States Declaration of Independence, it states, whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter, to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. New California is a working group. It's not a talking group. This is the first time in over 200 attempts to form a new state from California where the constitutional blueprint of Article 4, Section 3 is being followed. Because of this, it has allowed New California to exist for 7 years. And 52 counties have participated with working committees that continue because of its constitutional standing it now has. California has lost its constitutional standing and is in default currently. It does not provide a Republican form of government. It does not protect its citizens from foreign invasion. It does not protect its citizens from domestic violence. California is required to be in good standing with the United States Union of States. California no longer maintains the required audited records it's supposed to keep. It's currently in a deficit of billions of dollars, which the California Legislative Analyst Office reports, and this helps put Santa Barbara County in that same position, or going into that same position. New California became reality in 2018. Since that time, the elections in California have included ballot harvesting and all mail-in ballots, which have no chain of custody, and because of this, the results always favor the Democratic Party, and yet many in the state believe the state is red. Tyranny is now commonplace. The border is open to the south. The cities provide for illegal aliens. The crime has skyrocketed as Soros-backed DAs indict the police and let criminals go free. Americans who disagree or who live in the rural areas of the state have no voice. They are silenced. COVID mandates came and went, and we are now proving that the 2020 election was stolen. The New California model was well before its time. While California is taking advantage of its citizens, the New California movement is on track to become the 51st state. Thank you.
We will now go to Philip Galanders, to be followed by Rosalie Hardoin. Philip?
Supervisor Lamanino and board members. Good morning. I come to you today to speak of what's being handed out to you, to the paperwork. It's with regard to a demonstration election that is going to be held on the 27th of January. Lisa Sloan previously by phone mentioned it. This election is to bring us back to honest elections, to bring us back to paper ballots, to bring us back to voter ID, to bring us back to same-day counting, to bring us back to a chain of custody that is serious and is legal and is traditional and that works. And there is no reason for an election to go for 27 days before and 29 days after. It's absurd. It's just allowing the Dominion machines to do their thing. So what are we going to do? We're going to have a demonstration, the first demonstration election at Chomps this coming Saturday between 10:30 and 2. Those who choose to come and vote, you're welcome. This is not a partisan thing. This is an example of how an election can be run with paper ballots, people showing ID as they arrive, and who can then know and stay and watch. There is no reason other than, well, there is no good reason, period, not to have an honest election. And this we hope to demonstrate, as will be. This will be the first. There's probably going to be another one, perhaps in March, but more probably in April. And there will be another one before November. We need to get people used to the idea that their vote counts, that a paper ballot is an honest thing, and that they can, with their vote have meaning and not just be swamped by some pen in a machine to scramble the numbers, or an overnight delivery of 10,000 mail-in ballots. Whether you believe the corruption or not, a lot of people are worried about it. They don't trust the system. This is a way not only to reestablish a trustworthy system, but it'll save the county millions of dollars. Millions. Thank you.
We will now go to Rosalie Hardoin, to be followed by Peggy Wilson. Rosalie?
Hello, honorable members of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. There's big news out of Georgia on Friday, January 19th, 2024, in a federal court in Atlanta, Georgia. Professor J. Alex Halderman was able to hack a Dominion voting tabulator in front of the U.S. District Judge Amy Totenberg using only a pen to change the vote totals. In other words, to change the election results. Halderman was able to accomplish this in minutes, and it was done on the record, openly in the courtroom. Professor Halderman said, I quote, "Back in September 2020, the court granted plaintiffs access to one of Georgia's touchscreen ballot marketing devices, otherwise known as BMDs, so that they could access its security. I extensively tested the machine, and we discovered vulnerabilities in nearly every part of the system that is exposed to potential hackers. The most critical problem we found is an arbitrary code execution vulnerability that can be exploited to spread malware from a county's central election management system, otherwise known as EMS, to every BMD in the jurisdiction. This makes it possible to attack the BMDs at scale over a wide area without needing physical access to any of them. Our report explains how hackers exploit the flaws we found to change votes of potentially even affect election outcomes in our state, including how they could defeat the technical and procedural protections the state has in place. This admission and revelation in this court case has the power to change the outcome of the 2020 presidential election, essentially revising the numbers and setting a historic precedent to end electronic voting machines from coast to coast. Halderman's report confirms that votes can be altered in the Dominion voting machines that we have in our county. In fact, the report revealed that the Dominion software is vulnerable and can be hacked. This is why we the people, citizens of the great state of California, in conjunction with 20 other California counties, will be doing this demo election that Leon Woolover spoke about. With hand counting ballots at precinct level this coming Saturday, January 27th, 2024. We invite you to this event because we see the future of our elections to be done on a one-day only hand counting ballots at precinct level, ending massive counting mail-in ballots, but voting in person on election day at your local precinct, ending all ballot drop boxes, and having the results at the end of election day, not weeks later. This was done in the past and can be done again for free and fair elections. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Peggy Wilson, to be followed by Violet Sophia Grace. Peggy?
Hello. Thank you, Board, Chair. I stand in support with New California, paper ballots, hand counting. You heard about Halderman, Professor Halderman on Friday. I'm going to ask you a couple questions like, why is this being shut down? Why isn't it all across the United States? We're hearing about, in a federal court, a case that was sealed. Halderman's report was sealed for 2 years. This was regarding the 2020 election in Georgia. And they finally got to court. He, right there in the courtroom, takes somebody's pen, resets the machine, and flips the votes. And it's crickets. I want you to be curious for even our own county, because I'm going to give you a little one stat at the end. I'm with Santa Barbara Voter Integrity Project, and there have been anomalies even in our county, and we would like to meet with you about some of them. But I want to talk right now about Shasta County. So Shasta County, their Board of Supervisors went from electronic machines to hand counting paper ballots, and shortly thereafter, AB 969, which would forbid any county, the will of the people, any county, to split from electronic voting. You are the ones that designate the money for electronic voting or not. So anyways, they made this law, it passed, Newsom signed it into law. No county in the state of California can deviate from electronic voting. I want you to be curious, why? Why? Why can't a county do that? The state of California is in a deficit of $68 billion. In Shasta County, for instance, their elections were about $2 million. Going to electronic, it's $78,000. That's a huge savings. So anyways, I ask you to be curious. I hope you show up to this hand counting, paper ballot. You know, everything we were told when we went to electronic voting, oh, it's going to be quicker, you're going to, you know, the results are quicker, and they're not. Everything you read about mail-in ballots, and there is a ton of information, they are fraught with fraud. They can be easily manipulated. So I'd like you to open up your minds, be curious. Why did they make that? Why did Governor Newsom sign that into law? And why are we not hearing about the Halderman report? Thank you so much for your time.
We will now go to Violet Sophia Grace, to be followed by Karen Howenstein. Violet?
Hello, my name is Violet Sophia Grace. I was born in LA, but I live in Sabata Canyon. Thank you for listening to my speech today. I want to draw to your attention to the fact that we need more accountability in this government and no more false reporting tolerated at all. My grandparents have been targeted by unsavory people who came here from San Fernando Valley. Our neighbors Derek and Susan Ashbrook have been working with Aura Bojan for many years through Danielle Cohn. Danielle Cohn targeted my mom by filing multiple false CWS complaints and also involving Becky Sausker in the scheme. When Danielle Cohn was evicted from our ranch, she ended up on Armando Perez's property, our next door neighbor. My mom is about to read you what Becky Sausker told the CWS about me when I sit down. Danielle Cohn has tried her very best to hurt me by lying and getting others to lie along with her. Danielle Cohn and Susan Ashbrook have been working together for many years to destroy my family. Thank you much for your time and attention.
Thank you.
We will now go to Karen Howenstein, to be followed by Virginia Perry Souza. Karen?
Good morning. So something positive I'd like to inform you. My grandfather, Edward Howenstein, he always lived in Lompoc. Edward Howenstein built Cabrillo Landing on the Santa Barbara Pier. He built that, and the city gave him use of it for 50 years. And after that 50 years was over, he gave it to the city. He did that, and he also had the commercial fishing boat, the Lorraine II, which is now working for the state of California in oceanography. He did that as his hobby. I'd like to start out with that, because that's a very positive thing. The other reason why I'm here today talking, and my daughter decided that she wanted to come and talk, and she wrote that speech, is because we're dealing with some very specific partisan and personal tooling of our local government. Our regional government has been tooled by my neighbors who have been targeting us for the last 5 years. We have been reporting or trying to report to the sheriff's office, and nobody will take our reports. And all of this is exposing some corruption here that is happening, and it's very, very serious. So Danielle Licone started in 2018 by targeting me and my children. She went to Becky Sausker, who is the principal, was the principal, or is the principal at Miguelito School, where my child went to school as a kindergartner. And she got her ear and convinced Becky Sausker that I personally was ignoring the needs of my children, that they had developmental problems, and that I was ignoring that. And she went to the principal, and the principal pulled me into her office. And after she interviewed me, she reported this to CWS. She said, "The children seem feral. They seem like they are wild animals. The reporting party is very worried about the children's emotional detriment due to the mother's strange behavior." This needs to be looked at. Thank you.
We will now go to Virginia Perry Souza to be followed by Marcia Wertz. Virginia?
Chair Lavanino and supervisors, my name is Virginia Perry Souza, and I am here today to publicly announce that the League of Women Voters in Santa Maria, California, has changed their name as of January 1st to League of Women Voters of North Santa Barbara County. Many people recognize the League of Women Voters as an organization that was founded based on suffrage, women's suffrage, back in the 1800s, early 1900s. In 1920, the League of Women Voters US was chartered, followed by every state in the Union having a state League of Women Voters, and then further, the county and city governments in each state have their local versions. So you have two in Santa Barbara County, and our mission is to educate voters and then to advocate for issues. We're a nonpartisan political organization. So we are known for our candidate forums. That's one of our primary community services. And the two organizations in Santa Barbara County, the Santa Barbara League of Women Voters and the League of Women Voters of North Santa Barbara County, are having forums within the next 2 weeks. There will be one on District 1 and District 3, sponsored by the Santa Barbara League of Women Voters, and District 3 and District 4, sponsored by Lompoc AAUW as in partnership with the League of Women Voters of North Santa Barbara County. Those will be in Lompoc. They'll be back-to-back February 1st, starting at 6:30. All of the forums will be live streamed. All of them will be in person and recorded, and Spanish translation will be available for all. So I'd like to thank you for your attention and thank you for your service. It's been an interesting meeting so far.
Thank you.
We will now go to Marcia Wertz to be followed by Sherry Foster, who is our final speaker. Marcia?
Good morning, everyone. Board of Supervisors. My name is Marcia Wertz, and I'm a Santa Barbara County resident, born and raised here. Actually, my birth certificate is just across the street, so very local. I just wanted to speak on the topic of voting and the subject of specifically the nature of how our votes are cast. I would really like the Board of Supervisors for Santa Barbara County to consider and to move to go back to just a paper ballot system where it's a one-day in-voting system, all on-site by voter, by, for example, identification, like a valid driver's license and proof of residency, for example, and then all hand counted that day. I think that would really be the best way to just fluff off and do away with all of the discrepancies of just voter discrepancies and things that don't add up correctly in the actual numbers. Just to harken back to just a few years ago, there were a number of discrepancies detailed out into an affidavit that was, all of that was detailed out into an affidavit form. Over 100 of those were served to the Santa Barbara County Clerk's office after that was following the 2020 election. And so anyone interested could go back and contact that clerk's office and see if he has a copy of those just to detail those discrepancies. And they were anomalies per se, but they were detailed in that. So also, I'd just like to remind everyone and let everyone know about the Santa Barbara County demo election that's coming up. Can you see that? On Saturday, the 27th. And so I have a couple flyers here. I'll leave them in the back for anyone that might be interested. So we invite everyone to join in the demo election that'll be taking place in Solvang, California at Chomp Restaurant. And the restaurant is located on the 246 at the intersection of Highway 246 where Alice Hall Road intersects from 10:30 to about, I believe 2:30 is when the doors or the polls per se will close. So that election is open to all Santa Barbara County residents with a valid driver's license and proof of ID, and that's about it. So I'm just voting, persuading you, attempting to persuade you, on these matters. So thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
We will now go to our final speaker on general public comment, and that is Sherry Foster.
We have one more and then, okay.
Good morning,
This
board
is her.
members. I'm Sherry Foster. I've been a resident of
Hold
Lompoc
on just a
since
moment, Sherry. I believe our
2002. I'm here on behalf of myself and New California State.
Sherry, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I believe our chair just has a quick announcement.
Okay.
Well, Sherry, you had asked for additional time, and in concert with County Council, would you like to weigh in on it? Is that the best?
And while she's at it, it might be useful just to enumerate the board's powers versus the registrar of voters, Joe Holland's powers in these matters.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, we did receive a request for additional time, and we can clarify the procedures for next time, but this time I'd recommend that you give the additional time.
Okay. Ms. Foster, you'll be given 6 minutes due to Government Code Section 54953G regarding disability. So go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I'm here to explain why we need to restore same-day voting with voter ID, paper ballots. I personally, in 2020, feel that the chain of custody has been broken. I received 4 mail-in ballots. I don't vote by mail. I never have voted by mail. I vote in person at my precinct. And I feel that the U.S. Post Office is in violation of U.S. Post Office Code 631, number 3, because it breaks a chain of custody. My affidavit, which is right here, it is one of 129 that were filed from New California State in 2021. Every one of them was returned to the signers. There has been no active investigation. Sheriff Brown forwarded all these complaints up to Shirley Weber. They totally ignored them. He has not accepted accountability for his actions, are not congruent for the people of Santa Barbara County for whom he serves. New California has been very instrumental in exposing 23 counties have active criminal investigations for election fraud, with 1 conviction in San Joaquin Valley. We need to start paying attention to what's going on with our counties, because if they can find election fraud in 23 counties, with Sheriff Chad Bianco in Riverside being the most prominent vocal one about it, we need to start paying attention. We need to open up all complaints of election fraud, including AO5 Analytics, who exposed 1,500 votes out of a UCSB dormitory during COVID-19. New California State, Santa Barbara County, has information on how Shasta County canceled their contract and restored same-day voting with paper ballots with voter ID. Santa Barbara County can't afford $2 million for voting machines. They are hacked over votes that were switched to Joe Biden in the 2020 election. As a poll place supervisor in Lompoc at St. Mary's Episcopal Church in the 2020 primary and general election, I was honored as a veteran, and my military service experience in telecommunications as a mainframe computer operator. I observed and counted the county election on the county election website had 26 precincts that were voting out of ministries and churches. This violates the state and church violation with government when the county is stealing the elections in the Lord's house. This problem needs to be resolved. I reported to my field supervisor, Becky Grant, that I would volunteer my time and knowledge with cleaning up the voter rolls, which have not been completed, even though there is a lawsuit that the state settled that they admitted wrongdoing. No county has even updated their voter rolls. Santa Barbara County ROV did not take any action to correct it. The denial of the internet being utilized for tabulating votes when it is clearly not true. I know what a server does. It encrypts and decrypts data. Anyone who has access can manipulate data through a back door. Our county government has been usurped. Insurrection has been committed against the U.S. Constitution. The military has jurisdiction over the Constitution. Santa Barbara County leaders need to admit their mistakes and work with the people for Santa Barbara County to restore our local government and restore legal elections. The U.S. Constitution under Article 6 is the supreme law of the land. I declare all of the problems the county is experiencing as a direct result of election fraud. Thank you for your time and your service and the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you very much.
And that concludes general public comment.
That concludes general public comment. We're going to take a...
Mr. Chair,
yes.
could I just have my question
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
answered by
Yes.
The county council? Most of the speakers today have been asking about what voting system to use, and could you enumerate what is what are the powers of Mr. Holland versus the board in this regard?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, as the elections official, Mr. Holland is charged with overseeing the election. As far as what machines are used, that's a little bit trickier question because I'm not sure whether or not that contract comes to the board if it were to be replaced, but it is up to Mr. Holland to bring that forward to the board if that's the case.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. We'll return at 10:45. All right, welcome everybody back. Do we get our selfie in? Clue? Yeah, we got it? All right, good. We brought the lighting up just for you guys. So. Our next item of business is the withdrawal request of departmental item number 1. This has been previously read into the record by the clerk and is to the board for discussion. Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, I moved the withdrawal of item D1.
Second.
Okay, do we have any public comment on the withdrawal of D1?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on the withdrawal of departmental item number 1.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, can you please read departmental item number 2 into the record?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the annexation of Orchid Gateway Retail Commercial Center, Key Site 2, APN 129280001, to Orchid Community Facilities District, and this is in the 4th District.
Okay, Madam Clerk, have we received any written protests regarding this annexation?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, the clerk of the board's office has not received any written protest on this related to this item.
Okay, we'll move to the staff presentation. Jasmine?
We're not on. There we go. All right. Thank you so much. Good morning, Chair Lavanino and members of the board. Jasmine McGinty with the County Executive Office. This item is before you today as part of a multi-step process to annex the Orchid Gateway Commercial Center, a portion of Key Site 2, into the Community Facilities District. So on December 12th, we began the process with a resolution of intent to annex into the Orchid Community Facilities District. And the next step in the annexation process includes adoption of a resolution which calls for a mailed ballot special election, written protests, sorry about that, which I've been informed that we have not received any, as well as set a hearing for February 6th. So just a little bit about the Orchid Gateway Community Retail Center project, which is a portion of the Key Site 2. This was approved back by the board in November 2019, located in District 4, south of Clark Avenue, just between State Highway 135 and the US 101. So the next slide will show a map of this. But the development consists of 4 commercial buildings, currently a grocery store, a drive-through a gas station, and a retail store, which is currently undecided. The parcel is currently vacant. There's no structures on site. And as part of the conditions of approval for this project, it is to be annexed into the Orchid CFD. So this is the map that shows the area that's going to be annexed. So the dark black outline there shows the entirety of Key Site 2, and approximately 5,900 acres is the portion to be annexed into the district. This is a different map, shows the entirety there, and the little portion on the far right shows the Orchid Gateway Retail Center project. Again, approximately at 5,900 acres of approximately 14. So the annexation to the Orchid CFD is a little different than the LAFCO process, and because it is governed by the Melrose Community Facilities Act of 1982, this is why it's going through this process. Again, it is required by the planning conditional use permit to be annexed into this, as well as the North County Lighting District and CSA 5, which have already occurred. So annexation of the CFDs are through the approval of this board, and it also requires a vote of property owners. There's only one property owner for this annexation, no registered voters in the district, so the resolution today calls for that special election with a mailed ballot. That brings us to our recommended actions. These are a little hard to read, they're a little small here, but today we're asking your board to receive testimony regarding any written protests, which there are none, adopting the resolution that calls for the mailed ballot special election, which will go out today, and set a hearing for February 6th. And during that time, we'll determine and certify the results of the special election and consider the adoption of an ordinance, as well as the first reading of the of the annexation into the Community Facilities District. So that will occur on February 6th. So that concludes my report today, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Levanino. I just thought I'd address this since it's in my district. This is a condition of approval for this project. Any new project after the Orchid Community Plan requires annexation to the Orchid Community Facilities District. And so this is not really an option for the project. They need to be a part of that to get the conditions of their entitlement fully through. The Orchid Community Facilities District is different than a Orchid Community Service District, which many of us are familiar with in other jurisdictions throughout the county. The Facilities District is an extra tax on new residents of Orchid that doesn't exist anywhere else in our county, and unfortunately often pays for services that other communities pay for with their property taxes. So it's something where Orchid residents are taxed twice for the same service other residents. That said, we are working with community services at looking at ways of trying to use Orchid Community Facility District funds for enhancements of the community, which I think makes a lot more sense for these municipal areas. I think that was ultimately the intent of the Orchid Community Plan with this facilities district, and our office is working on that. I think, and this board has supported that at this point. The newest piece of that was this board's support of the community resource deputy for the Orchid area, which would be appropriate for these funds moving forward. So stay tuned, community, as we have a discussion about these funds moving forward. I'm committed to making sure that they are properly used for enhancement of the Orchid community as it gets built out. So I will be happy to support this item, and when the time comes, I'll make that motion.
Okay, thank you. See no other lights. Do we have any public comment on this matter?
Chair Levanino, members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
Okay, then go ahead, Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve staff recommendation for item D2.
Second.
Moved by Nelson, seconded by Hartman. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. All right. Madam Clerk, can you please read department item number 3 into the record?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding MW Consulting updated analysis of Santa Barbara County criminal justice overview and jail projections, jail population management strategies plan, and status update.
Good morning, Chair Lavanino and Supervisors. I'm Tanya Heitman, Assistant CEO. With me this morning is Michael Wilson of MW Consulting. You may recall that Mr. Wilson presented to your board in July of 2022 regarding the jail population. He's continuing to work with the county to monitor the population and provide technical assistance in determining how changes to the population and our management strategies may impact future jail need. Mr. Wilson will summarize his most recent findings for you, after which I will present an update of the Criminal Justice Partners' current efforts and anticipated next steps. And then Mr. Wilson and I, as well as representatives from the partner agencies present today, can answer any questions you might have.
Thank you.
Right. Good morning. My name is Mike. I've met with you all, I think, about a year and a half ago on a similar report, and so this is, as Tanya had said, this is an update to that report. So this morning I want to spend some time going over just a general overview of some criminal justice trends, to look at the jail population, and then to talk through some updated projections to those jail populations, so what we expect to see over the coming 10 years in terms of the number of people in jail. All right, the lines are not showing up on this graph. I do not know why.
Was there a graphic?
Yes. So these are
there's two PowerPoint. Yeah. Doing the same thing. Yeah, and I can talk through it. So we apologize, Chair Labanino. We're having some difficulty. Turns out that the PowerPoint that was filed, for some reason, the graphs did not appear on it. So we're utilizing the report that was filed with the board items. So the charts are in that report as well, and he'll reference them as he goes through.
All right, and just Madam Clerk, are those available in the back if somebody?
Chair Lamanino and members of the board, this is already a part of the staff report that was submitted to the board and the public. I believe this was attachment C, did I see? And everything has already been distributed online. This is part of the original published.
Okay.
Yes.
Excellent.
All right, great. I apologize.
No worries.
All right. Is this going up on the screen or no? All right, great. So just to start with, this is an overview of the violent crime rates in California as a whole, the United States as a whole, and then Santa Barbara County is the bottom rate. So what you can see if you focus in on the end there in 2020, 2021, violent crime was going up in the county. I think we all talked about this last time I was here. And this was a common trend really throughout the country. Violent crime went up during the pandemic. It went up in Santa Barbara County, it went up in the state of California, it went up around the United States as a whole. Since that time, the violent crime rate has leveled off and dropped a little bit. It dropped 5% in 2022. So it's down from the pandemic highs, but still a little bit above what it was pre-pandemic levels. You can also see that the violent crime rate in Santa Barbara County has historically been lower than the United States and been historically lower than California as a whole as well. This most recent year, it was, it was 22% lower than California and just about the same as what it was in the United States. So basically, we've seen flat to slightly declining violent crime rates over the last couple of years, although they're still higher than the pre-pandemic lows. Go down to the property crime. Yeah, great. And so property crime, there's a similar long-term downward trend in property crimes, both in Santa Barbara County, the country as a whole, and in California. And you can see there's also that spike up after COVID in Santa Barbara County. Again, we talked about this last time, 2020, property crime rates were up. They went up a little bit higher in 2021, and then they've dropped in 2022. So both violent crime and property crime rates are down in 2022 from where they were in 2021 in Santa Barbara County. The property crime rates are pretty close to where they've been historically in the county. After that, the large drop in the 80s and 90s, the property crime rates have fluctuated up and down, but they're pretty similar today as they have been over the last 20 years or so. So we can see that historically, those crime rates have been relatively flat, and again, we see a small drop in the most recent year. In the next, actually, it's already here. The incarceration rate. So when we look at Santa Barbara and we compare the rates, I should have backed up a second. When we're talking about rates, what I'm comparing here is population-adjusted figures. So when we're looking at California or the United States, we're taking the number of crimes, we're dividing it by the population in California and the population in the United States, the population in Santa Barbara, so that we get a like comparison. Same here with the jail incarceration rate. We're taking the total population in jail, dividing it by the population in the county to come up with a rate. And so you can see also that the Santa Barbara County jail incarceration rates they dropped during the pandemic, which we all are aware of, and they have risen since that time. So you can see the jail population and the incarceration rates are up in Santa Barbara County, and they're a little bit higher than they are in California as a whole. And you can see that the rates are lower than the United States. So the incarceration rates in Santa Barbara County are considerably lower than the United States incarceration rates, but quite a bit higher than they are in California as a whole. I think we can switch. Can we switch back to the PowerPoint? Okay. Okay, great. So then moving on to
I'm sorry, Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, I apologize. I know we like to try to finish the presentation, but I know that we didn't have all these slides, and I didn't want to have to go back and forth to try to find it. I had a kind of a question. You said that crime is down, but in comparison to national and state, if you kind of recorrect for that, right? Because we were significantly below those crime rates previously, but now we're kind of level with those, with the state and the federal side. So, I mean, if you kind of recorrect towards those, like, let's go to that one right there. You know, we were considerably under the national average previously. Now we're actually either at the national average or below. So if you kind of reset, kind of crime is up if you're using that as your benchmark. It's really crime is up or down based on what kind of benchmark you're making. While national trends trend down, we're fairly level.
Sure, relative, if you're looking at crime, sorry, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Nelson, crime relative in Santa Barbara County relative to the United States it's higher than it was before. If you look at California crime has continued to rise over the last couple of years, and so the gap between Santa Barbara and California has grown a little bit in the last couple of years. So it really depends on which time period you're looking at. So there's some nuance there depending on the comparisons you're making. That's correct.
But in comparison to the 90s, crime is up in compared to like to the national per capita average.
So yes, if you look at the 90s, the crime in Santa Barbara has not fallen as much as it has in the country or in the state of California.
It hasn't fallen or gone up. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, I just wanted to right size that.
Yep. Great. All right, so now I'm focusing in on the actual jail population. So this is no longer a rate. This is the number of people in jail in the county over a historical period starting in 2011. And you can see that prior to the pandemic, the jail population fluctuated every once in a while above 1,000, but generally around 900 or so people in jail. And that there was a slight downward trend over that time period until the pandemic hit. And you can see clearly during the pandemic, the jail population declined rapidly, declining down from around 900 individuals to a bottom of around 550, and then it fluctuated around 600, a little bit higher than 600. Then near the end of 2021, when the policy of zero bail on warrants was removed, the jail population climbed back up, where it's set for the last almost 2 years at around 750 people in jail on a given day. So who are the people who are in jail? And there's a lot of different ways of summarizing this, but what I wanted to show is that it's complex. The people in jail, there's complex reasons that they're there. If you look at that small dark blue pie, about 10% of the jail bed days used up, you can also think of that as 10% of the jail population, are people who are there for only a new arrest. So that's, I think, often what we think about. Somebody commits a crime, they get arrested, they go to jail. The other 90% are other sets of things going on. So they have a new arrest that brought them into jail, but they also were on probation, so they get a probation violation. They had a new arrest, but they also had an outstanding warrant. So they're in jail for the new arrest and the warrant. And then there's about 40%, 39% that don't have a new arrest, and they just have something like a probation violation or an outstanding warrant, or there's a small category of other there that are things like remands or detainers. So for the most part, the jail beds are being used up by people with sort of a complex set of reasons that they're in jail and often with you'll see in this last slide, with a significant history in terms of the number of times they've been in jail. So in this last graph looking at the jail population, this is looking at people who were booked in jail in fiscal year 2023, looking back as far as 2011, the data that we had available, and seeing how many times had these people been previously booked into jail. And if you break this up into thirds, you can think of the first third of people who are being booked into jail, this is their first time. They haven't been booked before. The second third of individuals have been booked between 1 and 4 times over that previous time period, over the previous 12 years or so. And then the final third have been booked in 5 times or more. And so this is important because as we're looking at potential levers for impacting the jail population, anything that can reduce recidivism can have a potentially significant impact on the jail population because many of the people in jail have been there before. There's a history of them being in and out of jail for over this long period of time. Okay, so moving on, briefly going to talk about projections and policy options. And so the last time I came, I gave you a set of projections, and this time the projections have changed a little bit, and I want to walk through a little bit of the assumptions and what goes into that. So the first piece is we've removed alternative sentencing population from the jail. Those are individuals who, in the data, they show up as being in the jail, but they actually, as we know, aren't in jail. They're in the community on electronic monitoring or some other sort of supervision. So those people have been removed from the jail projections this time around. The jail projections have been updated to reflect the previous 2 years, 2022 and 2023 data that obviously wasn't available when I did this 18 months ago. And the big piece here that's going to drive the projections is the Department of Finance has a team of analysts and demographers that estimate how they think the population of Santa Barbara County is going to grow in the coming 10 years. And so they estimate that the population in Santa Barbara County is going to grow, and that number's about 6%. 5.6% is the number that's estimated for long-term population growth in the county for those who are most likely to be in jail. So that's males. The jail population is mostly men, mostly people under 45 years of age. So that's been adjusted to look at that specific demographic to see how that's expected to grow in the county, and it's expected to grow by about 5.6%. The new projections were also based on the last 2 years of admissions and releases, looking at how long people stayed. That's been relatively flat, as has the jail population over the past 2 years. So over the next 10 years, the jail population is projected to grow slightly at around 5.6%, which is entirely driven by the Department of Finance's projections that the population within the county is going to go up because there's more people moving in to the county and people who are younger aging up into those categories of people who are more likely to commit crime and potentially end up in jail. So as you look at this over the long term, it's a pretty gradual increase that we're expecting. You can see the blue line is the jail population, the actual jail population over the last couple of years. The gray line are the projections that I gave to you about 18 months ago. And the red line is the new projections moving forward. So you can see that red line is lower than what I previously projected. And that's because my previous projections assumed that the jail population would move up towards the pre-pandemic levels, which was around 900 or so individuals in jail. That didn't happen. The jail population made it to about 750 and has stayed around that level over the last 2 years. So those jail population projections have been adjusted downward because of that reason. Long term, the trend is moving upward because when I did these projections 2 years ago, the Department of Finance said no one's going to be moving into Santa Barbara County. The population is going to be completely flat. They have since adjusted those to say, yeah, there is going to be some in-migration of the county, and that's about 5.6% over that 10-year period. So you can see a lower level, but the slope is going up slightly over this time period. So finally, there are these estimates do not incorporate any policy changes. These estimates are just based on the last couple of years of post-pandemic jail admissions and length of stay, along with the expectation that population of the county is going to increase. So the policy estimates are not included here. The county is working on a number of policy levers that we think will impact the jail population, but it's still too early to project those. We have some data holes that we need to get filled around those with mental health needs, and we're also need some more information about each of these policies. Once they're implemented and get running, we can then analyze those in more detail to see the impact that they're having moving forward. So finally, to summarize, the crime rates went up during the pandemic, but they have since flattened and actually dropped a little bit in 2022. The jail population hasn't moved much in the last 2 years, been fairly stable, right around 750. There's some fluctuations, the daily population goes up and down a bit, but the average daily population's been pretty close to 750 over the past 2 years. We're expecting that to continue with some small increases based on more people moving into the county at that rate of about exactly 5.6% over the 10-year period. And then finally, the county is working on policies and practices that will further impact the jail population and potentially reduce that based on the effectiveness of those practices and policies. So the plan is to estimate those and continue to look at the data as more and more information becomes available on how effective those policies are at reducing the jail population. So that is it for my section.
We're going to switch PowerPoints. The next portion of the presentation is on the jail population management plan and a general status update of the overarching goals to enhance public safety by reducing recidivism, enhance the use of alternatives to detention, provide for successful and equitable reentry, coordinate efforts to promote best practices and overall system improvements, as well as study and address racial and ethnic disparities in the system. Through collaboration between the system partners, a number of improvements have been made the last couple of years, including pretrial enhancements and expansions, diversions through Credo 47, improved data sharing, co-response teams, holistic defense, restorative justice diversion, as well as many others. Mr. Wilson contributed to that work and our understanding of the jail population through his initial report in July of 2022 that was also used for jail planning. Through analysis of our jail population, booking and probation trends and other data, Mr. Wilson made projections about the future jail needs and also identified those potential levers that could be used to center other initiatives targeting reductions in our local incarceration rates. These levers were aligned with the work underway, but also provided further direction and clarity. The collaborative partners, as well as your board and the community, have reflected back on that report and the potential of the policy levers many times over the last year and a half. Similarly, we anticipate that this latest update will continue to inform the work ahead. So to summarize a few key takeaways. First, the incarceration rate in Santa Barbara County is higher than the state's average. Why is this important? Our incarceration rate not only speaks to how much jail capacity we will need, but research is continuing to improve our understanding of how it relates to detrimental impacts on the physical and behavioral health of our community overall. Recent research suggests that as jail incarceration rates increases also occur in community-wide mortality from substance abuse and suicide. Justice-involved individuals have higher rates of suicide risk, major depression, substance use disorder, and bipolar disorders. Those of you familiar with ACEs, or adverse childhood events, and the effects of trauma will remember that having a parent who is incarcerated has an adverse effect on children, as well as having impacts on the incarcerated individual. Our incarceration rate interrelates to our incompetent to stand trial rates and the increased demand for inpatient behavioral health beds for the justice-involved population. Based on a growing body of research, we can anticipate that as housing, behavioral, and public health access continue to improve, we can realize further reductions in our jail population. However, we should not strive to lower our incarceration rate just to compare ourselves to other jurisdictions, but rather recognize that our incarceration rate is one of many indicators of the overall health of our community, particularly our most vulnerable members. Second, when Mr. Wilson's last report was presented, he identified a number of factors that could adversely impact the jail population. We needed more time to see how those factors would play out. We now know that they did not increase the jail population. 3, the latest projections include alternative sentencing data and a population adjustment, as well as further data indicating our incarceration numbers have not returned to their pre-pandemic rate, providing an updated projection of between 700 to 800. And 4, given many of the department's initiatives are still in the pilot or planning stage, it's anticipated that with their successful implementation, the jail population can safely be reduced further, and that those with behavioral health needs should continue to be prioritized. Historically, we have had very little data regarding the mental health needs of the jail population. Through collaboration between the jail and WellPath, we now have a better understanding of the population. Currently, approximately 60% of the population is known to have a mental health condition that requires some level of intervention, with approximately a quarter of those individuals having an acute mental health need that would require or warrant specialized housing or more intensive treatment interventions. Further, just under 20% of the jail have been found to be clinically appropriate for medication-assisted treatment. Although the jail is working to provide better treatment for those individuals within the jail environment through their behavioral health units and medication-assisted treatment, we must continue to prioritize them for services and treatment outside of the jail. Those suffering from mental health issues, and in particular co-occurring disorders, must continue to be a priority for diversionary measures. I'd like to present the data broken down by fiscal year to illustrate the population changes that have been occurring from a slightly different vantage point. The top line of this graph, or the highest monthly average daily population by the fiscal years illustrated, is represented by the red line, which was our pre-pandemic population for fiscal year 18-19. As you can see, there's ebb and flow throughout the year, and we flagged June of 2019 with an average of 900. Going from top to bottom, the next line in blue is fiscal year 19-20. You'll note that even prior to the pandemic hitting us, the population was lower than the prior fiscal year. Our population has been trending down. And of course, as soon as the pandemic with emergency orders hits, the population plummets. The yellow line at the bottom is fiscal year 2021. We are still operating at that time under unusual pandemic-related conditions, and the population remained very low the entire year. Next is the purple line, fiscal year 21-22. It starts low at about 600, but increases as pandemic conditions are waning and the emergency orders are being lifted, ending the fiscal year at about 750. The orange line in the middle of the chart represents fiscal year 22-23. By June 2023, we are largely post-pandemic and what we refer to as our new normal. That fiscal year ends with an average monthly population of 772, a very dramatic decrease over our pre-pandemic number of 900. The final line is the partial line that's in green. It represents the first 6 months of this fiscal year. And as you can see, we're trending slightly lower than last year. We can see that the trending down was happening before the pandemic and has continued. What I refer to as the in-between years of the pandemic made some of the patterns confusing and caused us to question what was occurring and what changes it might spark. But we can now see we have been trending down for some time and are successfully continuing to do so. Will we see some periodic or occasional increases? Yes, most certainly. In fact, we should expect some. A jail's population ebbs and flows, and as you can see, it has increased coming out of the holidays in most years. Nonetheless, we should be encouraged our jail population is significantly lower than predicted even as recently as 18 months ago. The strategies and the But perhaps most importantly, each of the partner agencies has committed to at least one initiative that is specifically designed to reduce the jail population that has not yet been implemented. The sheriff has committed to increasing alternative sentencing. The district attorney and public defender are committed to rapid mental health diversion. The probation department, Be Well, and public defender are implementing familiar faces. Be Well is increasing beds at the Champion Center for the criminal justice population. And these are just a few examples. The initiatives underway, as well as some that are just being launched and others that are still in the planning phases, are provided in the jail population management plan that was attached as part of this board item. The plan is being submitted in response to your direction to return with targeted diversion strategies. The plan has also been provided as part of the county's compliance with the Murray Settlement Agreement, in which a written plan is also required. The strategies outlined are aligned with our 5 county goals, the policy levers in Mr. Wilson's report, the litigation, and your board's direction. The strategies with direct correlation to potential reductions in the jail population have been divided into 2 categories: those that are currently underway and those that are in the planning stages or are beginning to be piloted. Your board has been briefed on the existing strategies during prior presentations, but the plan also provides an overview of each of them. To the extent that one of the department's websites has additional information about a strategy, we have also included those links in the plan. The strategies in the planning or pilot stage are newer opportunities, some of which your board is aware of, such as the Crisis Stabilization Unit that will be reopening as a locked unit in order to have a greater impact. The third category are strategies that are anticipated to have indirect impacts on the jail population. They're important system improvements that are likely to result in recidivism reductions if implemented well. Collectively, these strategies have the ability to continue the trajectory of gradually decreasing our jail population. As I mentioned, each of the departments have committed to expanding one or more of these strategies or implementing new strategies. Some, such as co-response and alternative sentencing, are known to be effective strategies that can be enhanced or expanded to ensure they are fully leveraged and serving a greater number of individuals. Some of the newer ones require further analysis to understand their potential. Now that we have the ability to analyze the behavioral health needs in the jail population, we have a means to begin to consider potential impact of the identified strategies focused on those experiencing behavioral health challenges. Mr. Wilson will be working with the lead departments to ensure they collect the necessary data and clearly define their target population and interventions. With this additional work, in the next 6 months, we hope to bring forward projections related to their potential. Continued commitment and focus will be required from each of the departments to ensure our work is successful. It is also likely that additional opportunities will emerge in the coming months as we continue to evaluate what is working and what is not, and continue to engage additional stakeholders in the discussion. In fact, we have an opportunity planned for this Friday where we will be engaging with the community in the development of an update to our local sequential intercept map that is focused on the intersections of the criminal justice system with those experiencing mental illness and opportunities for improved outcomes. We also continue to explore options for residential treatment and inpatient beds that could assist in diverting appropriate individuals to more appropriate facilities. We recognize that we must rely on data and more robust analysis to inform our planning efforts. In addition to Mr. Wilson's work, we're also partnering with O'Connell Research around our incompetent to stand trial population in order to gain a better understanding of the dynamics related to that population and how we might serve them sooner or more effectively. There is much more work to be done and many gaps to address, but each of the partner agencies continue to remain engaged and participatory. Additionally, our community is engaged and is working with us to better understand how they can provide support and accountability. I believe the momentum and collective impact of our system partners, nonprofit partners, consultants, those providing technical assistance, and our community advocates ensures that we will continue to progress toward our shared goals and improved outcomes for our community. We ask that you receive and file both Mr. Wilson's report as well as the jail population plan, provide any direction as appropriate, and find that this is not a project subject to a CEQA review. That concludes our presentation. I believe the sheriff and DA would like to make some statements, and we will welcome any questions you might have.
All right, let's go to Sheriff Brown.
Thank you, Chair Lavagnino and members of the board for the opportunity to add some comments. First of all, I appreciate Mr. Wilson's clarification that the jail population has been averaging in the 750 range. And I just wanted to say that I thought that the number that was put into the report, averaging between 700 and 800, is very misleading, and I want you to be aware of that. The fact of the matter is our daily population has not been below 740 in the last 13 months except 3 times, and that was in December of 2022 and 2023 when it was 722 and 723 respectively. So that's the lowest that it's been in the last 13 months. And as mentioned, that population always decreases during the holidays. That's just a trend line that you can see. And it always goes up in the summertime. Our daily population yesterday in the jail was 785. And so we are in a situation where I want you to be completely understanding of where we are with our current and where it's likely to go as projected. Mr. Wilson indicated that the number of the percentage growth for the population estimated at 5.6% over 10 years. If that number is correct, that still would estimate that the population at the end of those 10 years would be an average of 792. And again, that's an average. We'd still have fluctuations where it would go well over 800. And I remind the board that we have already done a pretty extraordinary job in terms of getting the jail population down. When I became sheriff in 2007, the jail population was around 1,200, sometimes 1,250, and it has gone down substantially. But the reality is, much of the low-hanging fruit, as it were, has already been picked off the tree. And the people who remain in jail are serious offenders. 85% of them in there either charged with or serving time for felony crimes. And the 15% or so that are in there either serving or charged with misdemeanor crimes, those are serious misdemeanor crimes. Repeat drunk driving, domestic violence, sex crimes, and the like. So I think it's important to understand that as you take this information, and as we look forward to finalizing plans for the future of the jail population and what is actually needed in our community. Using all the data, the linear trend indicates an ADP of 700 by 2026. However, when you remove the outliers from the COVID pandemic, the projected ADP is really about 850. And that's what we have been saying all along, that's our estimate, is that we need to prepare for and plan for a population of about 850 people. And as I've mentioned before to you, we can't have a jail that's just got 850 beds in it to have 850 inmates. Classification issues and safety issues require that we have more than that. The recommendation is that we operate at about 85% capacity, which would mean we'd need a jail system of approximately 1,000 beds. That's because we can't house males and females together, we can't house rival gang members together, we can't house vulnerable inmates with predatory inmates, and so forth. So it's very, very important to continue to remember that classification and flex factors and the fact that we have seasonal changes and surges that do occur in our jail population all need to be taken into account. I'd also like to say that these numbers that we're currently experiencing, arrest rates are down. That is partially because we've made an effort and asked our colleagues to look for alternatives to arrest when possible. And in fact, many people are being site released and going into the court systems without going into jail at the front end. However, most of our law enforcement agencies in the county are not at full staffing. They're still struggling with some agencies' significant decreases in their numbers of sworn officers, some up to 25%. So once those positions are filled, we anticipate that there will be more arrests being made with more law enforcement officers that will be on the street. Not mentioned in the report are two important programs that I want you to be aware of that the Sheriff's Office is pursuing with a view to recidivism reduction, which I would submit to you are probably the ones that are the most hopeful for reducing future crime and indeed reducing future jail population. That is improved mental health services in the jail to try to get people who are mentally ill and in jail on the right track so that they don't reoffend and they do live more productive lives and are not recycling through the system. And to that end, we have currently established 3 behavioral health units within the jail with a capacity of 56 inmates, and 2 more 16-bed units are scheduled to open up next month, so that we will have a total of 88 beds that are specified for people with mental illness or behavioral health issues. We also, as you know, have the EASS, the EASE, and the JBCT, the Jail-Based Competency Treatment Programs, which have been very successful in restoring people to competency and getting them to the courts and getting them released from jail so that they're not languishing in jail as they are unable to fully understand the charges against them or cooperate with their attorneys. JBCT, since its inception, has had 154 inmates enrolled. 124 of those inmates have been restored to competency in that program and left our jail as a result of that restoration. The other program that I'd like to just put the spotlight on is medication-assisted treatment in the jail. I believe there's no better time to get someone to understand that they can change their life, that they can conquer their addiction, than when they are in jail. For many people, this occurs at a point in their life where they hit rock bottom. And while they're in jail, while they are essentially going through a forced detoxification process, it's the perfect time to get them to understand that they can take steps to alleviate their addiction. And our medication-assisted treatment program has expanded. We had 11 patients in 2022. We currently have 73 patients, which we're very proud of. But we still have many, many people on the waiting list. And we are seeking additional funding. We'll be seeking it through the opioid settlement funds to enhance that treatment program. We're also seeking a BSCC grant program that would provide for an additional substance use disorder counselor and some additional nursing staff. And really, again, I think that the reality is that we are continuing to do all we can to keep people out of our jail. But we also have to recognize that jail has a purpose in our community, and that people who are predatory, people who are career criminals, when they're in jail, they're not committing crimes in the community. If they are on alternative programs, there is always the potential for them to commit crimes. So the reality is the people that we need to put in these programs are people that there's always going to be some risk associated with them reoffending. But we want to make sure that the risks that we're taking are worth taking, that they are not the types of risks that could put the public in danger. And it's important, like everything else in life, to achieve balance between our programs, our attempts to keep people out of and get people out of jail, but also to recognize that we have to have adequate jail space for those people who need to be and should be in jail. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Brown. DA Severnoff, please.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, I want to begin my remarks by saying I remain philosophically and personally committed to the collaborative efforts that we're making. I think there are some very important programs, and I would like to acknowledge the fact that we are breaking silos that have never been broken before, and would like to acknowledge the CEO's office for their efforts in herding the collective cats. Not an easy project. I'm particularly proud of our efforts and looking forward to more efforts to remove people with serious mental illness and place them in therapeutic environments. I think the Rapid Diversion Program is an example of that. I would like to thank this board also for their efforts in improving the efficiency of the criminal justice system. We are currently in contract negotiations to get a digital evidence management system, which will dramatically increase my ability to receive discovery. It will dramatically increase the Sheriff's Department's ability to collect that discovery, transmit it to my office, and for me to communicate it to the public defender and other defense attorneys in a timely manner, thus increasing the speed at which we can get cases through the criminal justice system. A couple issues that I have. We talk about Santa Barbara County, and I know there's mention in the report of Santa Barbara County having a higher incarceration rate. I'm a little concerned and would like a little more time to review the statistics, because I'm not sure that that statement in and of itself, I'm not sure the result of that actually, the methodology that was used, I'm not sure it resulted in a statistically significant difference between Santa Barbara County and the state. I'm not saying it does, I'm not saying it doesn't. I think before we make a proclamation that broad and base further policy decisions on it, that I would certainly like to take a deeper dive into the statistical methodology. And I don't think that has been done. But really, one of the main reasons for my coming up here is just to show the reality, where the jail population is, what's going in crime. Well, here's my reality. While misdemeanor filings since 2017 are down about 33%, misdemeanants don't tend to be the people that end up in jail, certainly not for long periods of time, and certainly not without other warrants, violations of probation, or multiple crimes. The issue I have is that my felonies are up 14%. My submitted felonies have increased from a pandemic low of 3,134 to just this last year, there were 3,563 felonies submitted to my office. So we are receiving and filing more felonies in spite of the fact that my filing rate pre-pandemic was at 70%. That is 30% of the felonies submitted to my office were rejected. That filing rate is now down to 66%. So even though we are filing a lower percentage of felonies than we did pre-pandemic, the number is continuing to increase. And there could be a number of factors to that. As Sheriff Brown pointed out, there are still some agencies that have historic lows in the number of filled officer positions or deputy positions they have. But the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office and the Santa Maria Police Department have been very successful as of late in terms of filling positions. And those are the two agencies that submit the most cases to my office. So as we get more officers, you can envision a situation where we have a decreasing crime rate, but an increasing number of crimes solved. Because as agencies get up to full staff, there are more patrol officers on the street. They are present or near present or have a shorter response time when a crime has been committed. It also then allows agencies to restaff and reinvigorate their detective bureaus, which leads to more crimes being solved, more stolen cars, more residential burglaries being solved. So a factor that needs to be considered is what impact does the law enforcement's ability and increased ability to actually restaff their departments, what impact is that going to have? And just one thing I want to point out, because it comes back to me, oftentimes I've been, throughout my career, confronted with, well, you filed, you did this, you filed this many cases. Myself and Sheriff Brown are not making widgets. Our response, my response in filing a case, his response to investigating and submitting a case, is because somebody reported a crime or a deputy saw a crime. I just want to make sure that when we make decisions that impact the system in its entirety, that we're taking the entirety of factors into account. I appreciate the Wilson report. I appreciate the work that's gone into it. And I appreciate it as another endeavor to keep us all together and focused on a common goal of reducing recidivism and keeping Santa Barbara County safe.
Thank you, DA Savernant. And in that spirit, also offer other partners. Good?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Good. Absolutely. Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for questions. Supervisor Williams.
Well, I really appreciate the level of analysis that's been presented today. But there is one factor in our population that I want to understand, which is how much can this be affected by, and where is our court system in catching up on the bubble that was sort of created during the tail end of the pandemic, right? I would like to understand how many people of the population are awaiting trial, and therefore, I guess the way I look at it, like a snake that eats a rat, right? And there is a point where the glut of the number of cases we have was that rat in the snake's mouth, right? It was definitely a significant factor. And has that moved through the snake, or are we still suffering from a sort of backlog in cases from that period?
Supervisor Williams, through the chair, I believe that the court, the district attorney, and the public defender would all have a little bit different take on that question.
Then I'll let everybody answer it, but I would like your answer as well.
Thank you. I've looked at it. I've talked to each of the system partners about it. It is difficult to reconcile the different data sets that they each have. But what, from my view, has happened is we have largely worked through the backlog. There are some cases that are still outstanding, largely because they were out on warrants or are currently out on warrants. Do we have a continued difficulty moving cases through the system as rapidly as we should and would desire to? Yes, that continues to exist, but I wouldn't call it a backlog. There's not this large number of cases that are sitting waiting just because we can't get them through the process. There are continued delays that happen through a variety of reasons by a variety of different points within the system, but I wouldn't label it as a backlog related to the pandemic any longer.
Supervisor Williams, through the chair, and ACO Heitman is correct. I think everybody has different perspective. We have done a good job of getting rid of the older cases, but what I compare it to is a funnel. If you plug the bottom of a funnel where the water ultimately flows out of, the base of the funnel fills up. You then release whatever's plugging the funnel, but the water is still running in. The old water may go out first, but you still have. So we're showing 20, and part of the problem for this analysis, once again, is with my new case management system, with our efforts that the county has made at getting more complete data, I don't necessarily have a differentiation between in and out of custody. So I don't know how much of this impacts, but we actually still have a 26.9% increase in open cases compared to pre-pandemic levels. And that might be the new submissions. It might be part of, we caught up on the older cases, now we have the newer cases. Could be with body-worn cameras and all the evidence that's now coming in, and until we get the DEMS, no sufficient system to deliver it, that we have created a situation where cases are languishing longer. So there's a number of factors which we're working diligently on, not only assessing, but finding out the relevant data points. But what we are finding is that pre-pandemic levels, at least the cases in my office, we have a significant increase in open cases.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. My question maybe is for CO's office about, we're supposed to adopt today, or we receive and file the jail population management plan and status update. Are you guys looking for some direction from us? Because I think this feeds in, of course, into what we do in the jail pods, right? So I'm trying to understand, are we making a decision about that today? Or are we just having a conversation about the environment, and then hopefully that gives us direction on the next steps? Because I think that's going to be one of the big decision points for all of us is, what is this hearing really about ultimately?
Chair Lavanino, Supervisor Nelson through the chair, it's the former. It is an update of the report that Mr. Wilson did for us previously. It's an update on the criminal justice efforts, because as you recall, we were bringing all those things to you when we had Judge Sherrill working with us as well. So it's both those things. You are not required to make a decision on the pods, the beds, all of that. We will be coming back to you. We know General Services is working on a plan, looking at decision points that will come back to your board, but that's not today. So you're correct.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful, because otherwise we can all just wave our hands. That we're all on the same page. These are great programs, and the strides that have been made are significant. And I'm cautious to call it a downward trend. I think it's a step down in the amount of our jail population, because a trend seems like that would continue forever. of course, there's a baseline. At some point, we're going to hit something and we can't go any further, no matter how many. There's I guess, the law of diminished return when it comes to criminal justice is what we're really looking at. I am concerned. I don't think Mr. Wilson can really have an answer for it. Department of Finance has a lot of different numbers, so you can kind of, I'm not saying you did, but you can kind of cherry pick which one you want to use. Some of their numbers I was looking at here, they said our population dropped by about 15,000 people and then goes back up. So they're not really consistent across the board there. So I am concerned about overly using Department of Finance population projections for our long-term planning strategies, especially if we're looking just 10 years out, because as we know in Santa Barbara County with the jail, I mean, the North Branch Jail took us 30, 40 years. You know, we really need to be looking 40 years out from now, really looking at 2060 and what is our capacity at that point. So I think that's really what we should be doing as supervisors, really thinking generationally. I think the key to keeping the jail numbers down are two things right now. It's going to be a continued partnership between all these organizations. I mean, it's huge. And I'm really proud of all the department heads and all the partners here, both on the advocacy side and the county staff and those elected and unelected. And then ultimately, I think also our jail is staffing. That's going to continue to drive these things. I don't even think that was something that was talked about here. Is, you know, I think something that may be driving our numbers down is just frankly the capacity we have in our current system because of staffing issues, and that's something we have been trying to resolve as a board and as a county. So there's a lot of like as DA Savarino said, these aren't widgets. There's a lot of different factors that go into some of these numbers, and so looking forward to hearing from our various partners and rest of my colleagues on this.
Great. Supervisor Capps.
Thank you, Chair Lavanino, and thanks to our criminal justice partners. To me, this is similar to what Supervisor Nelson was saying, a positive kind of report check on where we're headed, and with tons of data. I have a couple different questions for our consultant, for the DA, and for the sheriff. First, for the district attorney, please. I totally appreciate the point that you're not making widgets, and I can just compare that to coming from a school system where we're dealing with children, but we also do compare with other jurisdictions because that data is helpful. And so I did note in the report, there's a link to data of other counties, and we do have higher incarceration rates than San Luis Obispo, than LA County, Marin County. So I do think as much as we are dealing with people, these comparisons are helpful. And I just would ask, first question to you, then I have second one is, how are you learning from other jurisdictions that have changed policies, adopted new strategies that we are attempting to do here, all working collectively better than we have in the past?
Well, we are constantly looking at what other counties do. The District Attorneys Association actually is very well connected. I have personally have had staff working for hundreds of hours with Yolo County who had some significant programs, some of which we based our programs on. I have spoken to the district attorney of Yolo County. We had the assistant district attorney of Yolo County in charge of their alternative programming actually into the office to work with us, and we are regularly consulting with him. Through our work with the Center for Justice Innovation, been exposed to programs from non-members of the District Attorneys Association, such as LA County and some other jurisdictions such as Philadelphia, Chicago, Milwaukee. So we are constantly looking and learning. My issue isn't, and I'm not questioning any number. What I'm saying is, you know, I have not had the opportunity, and the one thing that I am learning, and I will confess to everyone here, that I basically had to pull an all-nighter just to pass statistics 2 back at Marquette University. So not my forte, but through a consultant I am learning, and I am just saying, if we have numbers that aren't statistically significant, we have to acknowledge that. I'm not saying any numbers are or are not correct, or that the analysis isn't valid. I just haven't had enough opportunity to look into the methodology and to compare it. So I would not be prepared to base a decision on it until I did a further dive into the numbers.
Sure, and thank you. When you've been here several times, your commitment to working together and breaking down those silos is very clear and sincere. I'm curious if you can speak to how kind of a shift in policy translates to what actually happens in the courtroom when you doing the work, when you and your team are doing the work that you're charged with doing.
Well, there's a number of shifts, and a lot of them won't happen in the courtroom. For instance, the rapid diversion program, which I know Public Defender McCouga really championed, and you know, we all got on board and really liked it, is a program where hopefully in the perfect world those individuals won't be coming to court or will be coming to court for one hearing. So there's a lot of efforts being made, and certainly Credo 47 has a strong component of people participating in that never actually enter the criminal justice system. Mm-hmm. But as far as a shift in focus and policy, the focus is going to be when there are substantial diversion programs, be they mental health or otherwise, that from my perspective, for instance, in our neighborhood restorative justice programs, the instruction to my staff is assume, if eligible, assume they are going to be referred. Mm-hmm. Is shifting the focus to assumed participation, and if somebody otherwise eligible is not going to be referred, to have that be the circumstance that requires extra justification instead of participation. So it's that philosophical shift that in these programs that we're supporting, and that is the direction, for instance, with rapid mental health diversion and some of the others, that we have philosophically shifted to presumed eligibility. And if somebody is not eligible, that's what the attorney saying they shouldn't participate has to justify.
Can you break that down a little bit more?
It's a matter. It's kind of a matter of degrees. In the past, it would be you have to establish why someone who is otherwise eligible for a program. A shift that has occurred in the criminal justice system in general that I'm imposing is, if there is an available program, the old school methodology was you as the reviewing attorney or the attorney that had the decision whether you were going to refer somebody, you had to justify the referral.
I see.
To the alternate program. The new philosophical shift is you have to justify the denial of the referral.
Why not? Why this person isn't
why
eligible?
not instead of why, exactly.
And have you seen the results of that yet?
Well,
is that what you're saying?
I mean, we are getting increasing numbers in our neighborhood restorative justice program. Rapid diversion is just developing, and I know we are working closely with the CEO's office to find more alternatives for mental health treatment outside of the criminal justice system, which I'm anticipating once there is programming of some nature will increase in more referrals. So right now it's probably a lot of these efforts are somewhat in their infancy, so I would say I wouldn't have a significant amount of data.
Okay. Well, I look forward to that data. I look forward to the results of some of these programs. Thank you.
Great.
Thanks to the DA. And I just have one question for the sheriff. You alluded, thank you, sir, you alluded to the alternative sentencing program you just gave, you spoke about. I just would, if you could talk a little bit more about how it's actually working, what you're seeing, maybe even an anecdote without breaking any confidentiality.
I'll just mention a couple of 30,000-foot things, and then I'll ask Chief Custody Deputy Wazlewski to come up and talk a little bit more about some of the mechanics of it. But the alternative sentencing program is a program that we can survey inmates who are in our jail to see who's eligible for it. Some people are just not eligible at all based on the seriousness of the crimes that they've committed. But if the crimes that they have committed would make them potentially eligible for it, we can determine whether or not they're a good bet for an alternative to custody release. This is done in coordination with the probation department after a risk analysis is done in terms of the likelihood of reoffending if a person is released rather than held in custody. And we typically have looked at people who have sort of volunteered for this. And I think the shift is more that we're going to try to look at people that maybe would be eligible for it and would be otherwise a good bet for it or a good risk for it, but perhaps they need to be, have you thought about this, or encouraged maybe to look at that as well. And we've adjusted the way that we're doing our alternative sentencing program in that although we identify the people, the actual alternative sentencing supervision is now carried out in a partnership with the probation department. So probation is responsible for supervising these people who are pre-adjudicated while they're still in the community awaiting their trial, essentially. But I'd just like to ask Vinny to come up and add anything he'd like to that, to talk about.
Yeah, maybe with the follow-up, you could educate me on how someone would even know to volunteer for alternative sentencing.
Supervisor, through the chair.
Thank you.
We actually recruit folks out in the facility and go to those folks that are coming up on sentencing or are getting sent or have been sentenced to actually try to get them to sign up for the program. The program does extend through the whole sentence of the inmate, so they won't get milestone credits, or good time credits, which they would if they stayed in custody. So that's kind of a barrier for us. So, in other words, somebody that has a 30-day sentence would only have to do a little over 12 by staying in, but he would have to do 30 days on the electronic monitoring. So that's just one thing that we're trying to figure our way through. But really, Spencer Cross has been working really closely with Ken Callahan from my staff to really hone in on the criteria and the charges that would preclude people from being put on. And they've been really working hard to try and really refine that. And that's still in progress. Obviously, like the sheriff said, we want to release people out appropriately to the appropriate level of supervision and make sure that the community's safe while we're doing that. So when we adjust things, we really have to study it before we go.
Thank you. I do actually have one more question for either you or the sheriff on that, because you added materials over the weekend or Friday about the medication-assisted treatment program, and I know that's something, Sheriff, that you feel really passionate about. And I see that there's been progress on the wait list, but those receiving this treatment is actually still higher than those on the wait list. I'm just wondering what's happening, what kind of treatment are those who are on the wait list? What do they receive any help with their clear abuse issues?
Some of them may be they may be getting treated in some way if they have like a co-occurring mental health issue or if they have some other medical disorder, but typically they're not being treated with the same medications, the powerful medications that take away the craving and the desire and the euphoric effects of using opioids or alcohol. And so that's why we're trying to expand that program to get to the point that we can do that. It's also, unfortunately, an extremely expensive set of drugs that are used. And we're actually hoping to bridge the period between now and when CalAIM kicks in and when we start to get the potential to get reimbursed through the Medicaid, Medi-Cal process to get these paid for. But the 30-day, particularly the 30-day long-term injectables are, I think they're around $1,900 for one dose,
For one.
which is a 30-day dose. So just to give you an idea, when it starts to really add up when you have, dozens of people that are on the program.
Thanks for that. I mean, I just noted, yeah, that there's 86 people on the wait list and 75 participating, so hopefully we
And I got to tell you, I can't emphasize enough, this to me is your number one way to combat recidivism. The crimes that are occurring by people almost, the vast majority of people that commit crimes are people who are addicted to some type of substance, whether it's drugs or alcohol. And to get them treatment and to get them to conquer those addictions is, to my way of thinking, the best long-term investment that you can make in terms of recidivism reduction. And recidivism reduction is what will ultimately, down the road, result in fewer people in jail.
Thank you, Sheriff. And just my last question is for the consultant related to cost of incarceration, and I appreciated the statistics that you included in the materials. I believe it costs $322 per day to incarcerate one individual. And I know you do this kind of work all over the state, I believe, and I'm just wondering if you can share how you've seen other jurisdictions use the dollars that have gone, instead of incarcerating, to the kind of treatment programs that the Sheriff was just referring to in general. You can speak about the actual cost of taxpayers.
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair and Supervisor Capps, yeah, I'm trying to think of the number. I think it's 12 jurisdictions in California that I worked with through a project called Results First. And that was a project that looked at costs. So what does it not only cost for jail, but what does the court system cost? What does it cost to arrest someone? And then looking at ways to avoid that. Recidivism reductions, as the Sheriff was speaking of, ways that we can reduce people coming back through the system, and what are the costs involved with that. And so my background, I'm an economist, so it's comparing those costs to the benefits. So if you're investing in something like medical assisted treatment, and you're able to avoid a certain number of jail beds, you can see a return on that investment. Even though it's expensive, the $1,900, it's expensive, but if that avoids more than, $300 a day, more than, 6 jail beds, then you're kind of breaking even there. So there was 10 different counties that were part of that process here in California. There's other states around the country who've gone through that process as well, of looking at those costs and trying to, the policymakers making decisions of what do we want to invest our money in, because we can see the benefits of that investment relative to the costs.
Yeah, thank you. Especially as we move into budget season, I think that these numbers are very helpful. I appreciate the work. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Well, I have a couple of questions. I'm going to kind of go in a different area, I guess. And I don't know who would answer this, but how many people do we have in Santa Barbara County that are out on like a felony warrant right now that we don't have in the jail, but that we would like to have in the jail, or that they belong in the jail?
Chair, I believe the DA may have some data regarding warrants. Looks like they are pulling together that to the best that they can.
So, yeah.
I would preface the numbers by, this is a really difficult data set to put your thumb on, because our policies and practices around warrants have allowed warrants for individuals that may not be alive anymore, quite frankly, to remain out in the system, that we don't have a robust way to purge old warrants. Hopefully, DA Savernock is going to hone in on some of the more contemporary warrants that would get around that problem.
That's a scarier thought right there, that we have so little grasp on it, we don't know if the person's alive or dead. So.
Yeah, well,
I was thinking the same thing.
Chair Lavanino, I will say that ACEO Heitman definitely took away some of my thunder, because it is a tricky statistic, and as we get into stats and data systems intersecting with the court, intersecting with other public records, I can tell you the open felony warrants are on a very upward trend. We have a number of 1,236 open felony warrants and about 18,000 misdemeanor warrants outstanding. But It is not, to say the number is somewhere around there is accurate. To say that the number is increasing on a fairly straight line is very accurate. To say that that is the exact number for all the reasons.
So let's say if we took half of that. So around half of that is our current jail population. Of just, I mean, forget the misdemeanor warrants. Just on felony warrants of people that are out in Santa Barbara County. And last time, in the last meeting, I was shocked to learn nobody's actively looking for these individuals. Is that correct?
That is not wholly correct. I mean, given staffing levels and the amount of people and the amount of other work and other responses, that agencies, if somebody has a stolen car, they may not be actively looking for them. I can assure you, if it is a homicide, a forcible rape, a robbery, a residential burglary, yes, they are actively looking.
Okay. Well, since now we're tracking a lot of this information, to me that would be really interesting to know is what charges, because now we're getting a breakdown of all the charges, and I think it's very enlightening, all the charges that people are being held in the jail for. It would be nice to know what charges the people are out in the community that have active warrants that we don't know. I mean, that are in your neighborhood.
And Chair Levanino, I will say some of the more serious crimes, somebody with a serious record used a gun, shot somebody, attempted murder, forcible rape. Those individuals tend to be held.
Okay, but these
so
are
this
still
number
felonies.
is not necessarily reflecting. Certainly, there are somebody may have made bail. There are circumstances, but this number will not reflect the most serious crimes. They are all felonies.
They're all felonies.
They all do impact the community and impact victims and impact quality of life. But as far as more serious crimes, we would anticipate that those individuals would be held.
And then the way that we would kind of catch those folks is if they committed another crime or somebody happens to run across them on a traffic stop or something, and then they come into our jail.
Yes.
Okay.
And part of the problem with that, and I know we have had collaborative efforts, and maybe this will be the jump start to get it going again, is clearing up old warrants, because the issue with all these warrants is just that. It could be a county fair, and all of a sudden the sheriff's department comes across 50 of these individuals in one weekend, thus creating a lot of unexpected pressure on the jail. Whereas if we could systemically clear a number of these in an orderly fashion, including finding the individuals that don't pose a public safety risk and giving them the opportunity to come in voluntarily. I know we have had efforts along that line, and certainly, like I said, this may be the jump start. We need to look at that again.
Well, just to clear that data up, I would be more than happy to look at that during budget time of what that would cost, just to put my own mind at ease. So thank you with that. And then I don't know, while we're talking about diversion and these things, do we have an idea of the percentage of people that show up when we do a cite and release, or that we, where we don't arrest somebody, we see a crime being committed? I've heard anecdotally the number's very low, but I don't know if we're tracking that either. So
I can tell you with relative certainty, we don't have that number. Okay. I can say there are 18,000 maybe misdemeanor warrants, but that could be for people that did show up initially, didn't show up subsequently. So unless somebody else would have that, I would not even hazard a guess.
Thank you. And then I was wondering, Mr. Wilson, if when we're talking about percentage, where we rank in the state and those types of things, do we take into consideration that we also have an incredibly high percentage of males that are 18 to 40, that are 18 to 35 or something, that where you would think you'd see more of that?
Sure. So Mr. Chair, there's a number of, and I'm happy to share it with all of you. I've put together a dashboard basically that has all, I always forget the 58 counties?
Yes.
58 counties, there we go. All 58 counties in the state. And you can compare rates across those counties just by clicking on the counties that you care about. But it's difficult to come up with what's the exact comparison to Santa Barbara. Is it Sonoma County, which has similar size, or is it Ventura that's to the south and close, but it's a much bigger county, or San Luis Obispo is a little bit smaller, but to the north. So it's difficult to know exactly which one to compare it to. So I put that together, which would allow you to choose any of those. But it's difficult to find the exact comparison because demographics vary, law enforcement responses vary. So there's a lot of, no county is exactly like another.
Right. Okay, thank you. And then I guess we have a few more. Last one I just want to clear up is when we're looking at our jail population management plan and status update, the first on that slide, the first slide on background, I really think that we need to, and I'm not sure there's a question in here, I should probably save this, but since I've already brought it up, I'll go ahead. But when we talk about collaborative efforts, and it says the first bullet is, in recent years by other criminal justice partners have focused on reducing recidivism, diverting behavioral health needs, improving speed and efficiency of the justice system. I think the first bullet, or at least as part of that first bullet, we do have to acknowledge public safety. And while we're doing all of these things as a balancing act, and it probably, I'm sure you guys would say it goes without saying, but for some people, it doesn't go without saying because they want to buy into this, but they also want to make sure that at the same point, we have that in the back of our minds. That's one of our guiding principles. So I really liked what the DA mentioned is I've also supported these diversion programs and alternative sentencing, but it has to be in our goals. It has to be, I think, important laid out there. So Supervisor Williams.
I just wanted to follow up on the one of my two questions. I think I got the question of the backlog answered really well and thoroughly, but does anybody have the stat on what percentage of folks in the jail are awaiting trial, either currently or recently? Because this isn't about. This is more about to add evidence to whoever's claim or whether there is a backlog or not, right?
It's 85%.
Got it.
Okay, we will go to.
Chair,
No.
If I could clarify that, the sheriff provided then the percentage of the population that is what we call the pretrial population. It confirms that they have not yet been convicted and they are awaiting further hearing. The vast majority of those will not be having a trial. They're not waiting specifically for a trial. They're waiting for another hearing. But we refer to them as our pretrial population. They have not yet been convicted.
All right, we will go to public comment. Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, we have 6 requests to speak on this item.
3 minutes apiece.
And we are going to begin on Zoom with Andy Caldwell, and then we will return here in Santa Barbara with Peter Brown. Andy?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, Andy Caldwell representing CoLab. One of the things that we believe is missing from these analysis is the background that completely changed all the statistics and crime trends. One of them was AB 109, where Governor Brown dumped state prisoners into the jails. And then also the state construction deal on the North County Jail itself would also put state prisoners in our jail. So when you take those two together, we don't have as many of our own prisoners in the jail because part of those beds are filled up with state prisoners. Then in 2015 and 16, you had Props 47 and 57 that basically changed a bunch of felonies to misdemeanors. This completely skewed crime statistics and the people that should be in prison. then there was a series of laws that gutted 3 strikes, and that people that should have been in there for the rest of their lives. And then, of course, all these diversion programs, and we're not against the diversion programs if, in fact, they work. However, they cannot completely ignore the concept of retribution and punishment for crimes. Too many times nowadays we look at criminals as victims, and maybe they were a victim of something at one time in their life, but they also created a wake of victims by crimes. And again, the future growth, crime spikes having to do with organized crime, human trafficking, and some of your own policies. That is 50% of the homeless on the streets are formerly incarcerated. You're spending millions on these people when, in fact, as the sheriff said, one of the most effective places to treat them is when the drugs and the alcohol could be cut off because they are incarcerated. We don't like the fact that you have hired an outside consultant to basically bypass the sheriff's authority, his mandate from the voters to run the jail and keep us safe. Again, that's why he's elected. The 5 of you, yes, you have some budgetary concerns and you want to break down silos. We understand that. But the fact of the matter, you're elected by district. He is elected countywide. He has a state mandate and state authority to oversee that jail for the protection of the public. And we believe that you are eviscerating that, you are undermining that, because he's the one that should be the chief presenter on how many beds he needs, how many pods we need, as long as how many deputies, et cetera, et cetera. Is there problems in the department with recruitment? Yes, but that's happening all over the place, and part of that was the war on cops. And this decarceration movement, which your public defender is in over her eyeballs on that one. Thank you.
We will now return to Santa Barbara with Peter Brown, to be followed by Maureen Earls. Peter?
Thank you, Chair Lavanino, members of the council, the board. I'm Peter Brown. I'm a member of CLUE, League of Women Voters Work Group on Criminal Justice. We've been involved in this process for a number of years. We support the county's steps to address criminal justice issues as presented in the Jail Population Management Program reports. This program reflects very sober and rigorous planning effort by the county. A number of my colleagues in our work group will provide their comments. In my comments, I'd like to focus on the issue of public safety. Historically, the statistics before you show that historically in this county, we've incarcerated large numbers of people in an environment in the jail which did not have sufficient rehabilitative health care, mental health care treatment. And the statistics don't show encouraging statistics about public safety. For example, 70% recidivism for jail residents. I think in the report there was some number that 100+ people have been booked more than 40 times. Obviously, that kind of recycling does not reflect a appropriate public safety situation. Furthermore, we know that from the statistics that more than 50% of the jail residents in fact suffer from mental illness, and some large number, at least I think the number is 100, this is extreme mental illness. That also, having those people in jail, doesn't reflect a good public safety situation. And we know from a financial standpoint that $330, $325 a day per inmate per day is an enormous pressure on the county in terms of what's sustainable in terms of the jail environment. We do think that the board and the community criminal justice partners have undertaken a variety of programs, all set forth in the report before you today, to reduce recidivism, create a safe jail, and enhance community-based support for people who are involved in the justice system. This is a big step forward. It provides a good future for providing safer and healthier county community, and the range of programs that's being developed really offers optimism about future decreases in jail population. It will take some time to get the data from these programs and a number of the programs are just getting started. It'll take time to get those programs started. And your policy decisions are requiring good data to come from these programs, and that should give you, in turn, good information that will allow you to develop proper policies. We congratulate you on your vision, and we look forward to continued progress in this area. Thank you.
We will now go to Maureen Earls, to be followed by Larry Severance. Maureen?
Good morning. I am also the co-chair of the CLU Criminal Justice Work Group. And first of all, I wanted to thank you for your leadership in directing the Santa Barbara County through the really challenging task of managing the county jail population. We're moving toward the 3 goals that you stated in the CEO's office report: the safe jail population reduction, reduced recidivism, and improved well-being and community supports for justice-involved individuals. And all 3 of these are really important to us. Today, our county provides a jail population management plan, which, as a former educator and education administrator responsible for program improvements, I found very clear and with measurable outcomes to achieve these goals. There's something like 15 different programs, and they list the description, the goals, the outcomes, the current status, and the next steps. This is not just wishful thinking. This is careful planning, and we can count on that. In today's report from Mike Wilson, there are 5 findings that are really important, I think, to highlight. The first is the average jail population numbers stabilized over the last 2 years, around 720, 750. So now we can anticipate that more reductions as a result of the new programs as they get implemented. Secondly, that jail bookings in Santa Barbara are higher than the average in the state, which we've discussed here. But the important thing, I think, is maybe not to say, is the average with this county and that county, but what is the analysis of our bookings compared to these other counties? Not a numbers game. So what is it that's causing our bookings to be different and increased? And the third is that something like over 70% recidivism to jail and 35% returning 5 or more times in the year 2023 gives plenty of evidence that the jail continues to be an unsafe solution, not a safe solution. And the fourth...
Maureen, that's your time. I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Larry Severance, to be followed by Lizzie Rodriguez. Larry?
Chair Lavigno and the board, thank you for this hearing this morning that's bringing you up to date on the work that's being done to improve criminal justice in our county. I think all of us can take encouragement from the collaborative changes that are occurring among the different departments. And I'm basically here to say your staff and your departments are working on changes that are long-term and to encourage you to stay the course in supporting their work in those ways. I'm a member of CLU. I'm co-chair with Maureen of our Criminal Justice Work Group. We stand for certain values. They include humane treatment of people who are incarcerated, not having a disparate impact on those in our community because of criminal justice, and to voice your concern, Chair, improving public safety is a big one. And the reason I support the things that are going on right now and the forward thinking of the board is that I think it's all about improving public safety. The goals of reducing recidivism means less people recurringly committing wrongdoing, sustainably reducing the jail population. We know that jail actually worsens the condition of many with mental health issues, and it can undermine support in the community by people losing jobs while in jail. So that's a positive. Increasing community-based alternatives. I think if you look at the numbers, and I just crunched $322 a day, Mr. Wilson's original report suggested that with 3 or 4 steps, I believe 4, you could reduce the jail population sustainably by 200. Well, take 200 people and multiply it by 322 and you get 23.5 million. Now I know that's not all savings, but it's indicative of how much we could put resources into more humane alternatives that still require accountability, but are community-based and don't undermine people's ability to get back on their feet. There's some really wonderful programs that weren't in the Wilson report originally that are being implemented. Early representation is just coming online. The Familiar Faces program is just starting. And there's opportunities to increase the alternative sentencing that the sheriff's doing. So I'm hopeful, and I just want to ask you to also share that hope that the changes that you're considering, including the limitation on total jail population, let's see what the results show over the next 6 months. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now go to Lizzie Rodriguez, to be followed by Gail Osherenko. Lizzie?
Greetings, Supervisors. Thank you for your time to consider this important presentation. My name is Lizzie Rodriguez. I'm a restorative practitioner, educator, and certified practitioner of oversight of law enforcement through NACOL. NACOL is the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement, and they work to support communities seeking to make their local law enforcement agencies, jails, and prisons more transparent, accountable, and responsive to the communities they serve. I'm entering my 6th year serving on the Santa Barbara Fire and Police Commission and will be ending my 2nd year as chair on that commission this Thursday. What I've learned through incorporating oversight into the Fire and Police Commission authorities is that oversight, formal or informal, is a collaborative effort. If done correctly, it allows for critical stakeholders to work together to create just and effective policies that allow for more efficient and effective outcomes, benefiting law enforcement by encouraging and advocating contemporary, evidence-based best practices in communities through providing programs that create safe neighborhoods by increasing diversion programs with a proven track record of reducing recidivism and increasing public safety. I am pleased to hear this report today and learn about the jail population management strategies. I also appreciate hearing the DA's office has undergone a philosophical transition to assume participants will opt into diversion programs if eligible. I appreciate the level of transparency this report provides and look forward to receiving additional data in the future. This type of transparency allows for strengthening trust and agency accountability, which in turn is a great benefit to our community. Mondays are my favorite day of the week. Who gets to say that, right? That's when I go to Lompoc Prison and I teach emotional intelligence to 30 men who are incarcerated, focusing on addressing adverse childhood experiences that led them on the path to long-term incarceration. It generally takes several stays in their county jail in order for someone to end up in state or federal prisons. Imagine if these folks had experienced diversion programs similar to those outlined in the jail population management program early on to address the root causes of their offending behaviors. Imagine if more people qualified for diversion programs that the DA office would assume participation rather than sitting in county jails at $332 a day, the cost of a quality boutique hotel in Santa Barbara today. Imagine the benefits to them, their families, and our community. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to our final speaker, Gail Osherenko. Gail?
Thank you, Chair Lavignino and Board. I guess I'm the wrap-up. And most of this has been said. I want to say that I was so impressed with the jail population management plan. This was the first time I could see, 12 programs that the agencies are involved in and working on and either are launched or are about to launch that are all aimed at reducing the population in the jail and getting real help for people in the community. And it was great to see these and also the descriptions of the other programs in the done by nonprofits. A lot is happening. I think the takeaway is that the board should really demand the data as these programs roll out and evolve. We're talking about coming back in 6 months, which is really important. Personally, I'm guessing you aren't going to have enough data till 12 months to really see what's happening, but really demand the data and to know what the results are and cut the programs that don't work and give more money to the ones that do. I want to highlight these 60%, almost 59% actually is what it is, in the jails that have some kind of mental health issues. Something from the quarter of them, 447 people, or something around that, it fluctuates, have needs. And a lot of those are not met because we do not have real treatment in the jails, but we can have it in the community. We have a MAT program in the community as well as in the jail. It needs to keep going and serve everybody who's willing to come in and take it. We have behavioral health units, which are really an exciting development, but they aren't fully staffed. And so half the people aren't really getting what they're supposed to be served with, and we're not yet meeting the requirements of the Murray case in those. So those are things to watch. I guess I wanted to say, we understand that some of those people are never going to get out of jail. They will eventually, but they have committed or have been accused of committing very serious crimes. They're going to stay in the jail. We're not disputing those. We're just trying to get people who aren't a danger to the community served in the community so that we're not spending money on a jail program that over decades has not made our communities safer. And thank you.
Thank you, Gail.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Supervisor Williams.
Well, I want to get back to the significance. Number one, well, maybe, no, let me start with, I think what's really cool is that everyone, all of our justice partners are working hard in this direction, right? And there may be differences of opinion along the way. That's natural. But I do feel like more than ever before, we're rowing in the same direction, and that's pretty cool. To me, there is significance in that number of 85% pretrial in the jail. It's a number that's gone up while I have been supervisor significantly. And it's not, I'm not using, to me, it's not to cast blame or aspersions. It's actually to indicate that there's room for improvement, right? If, we're looking at our projected population and our pretrial population was only 50%, I'd be like, we're not going to get a whole lot better than that, than where we are. But the very fact that the pretrial population is 85% means we do have room to have a lower jail population, because that is created by a number of factors, including factors that we can improve. with discovery improvements being just one of them. And not all of those folks will be found guilty. So I think that it has definitely fluctuated with time, but it is actually evidence that of the funnel theory that the DA has brought up, that there still is lingering effects of that previous backlog in the system. And I do think that if we continue to try to be creative about how to handle that through a combination of diversion, since diverted cases often are adjudicated faster, and through even outside of diversion mechanisms to make the criminal justice system work with more alacrity. I'm not trying to be trite, because I truly believe it, that justice delayed is justice denied for everyone involved, whether you're the victim, the perpetrator, and the public. Having justice adjudicated faster is an important part of justice being substantive.
Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you. Well, I want to echo my pleasure and delight that we are pulling in the same direction and that people are coordinating, collaborating, and working together as never before. I'm still struggling with the population report and wondering, why are we getting different numbers from different people? And I guess my question to Mr. Wilson or perhaps to ACEO Heitman is, how much work has been done prior to coming to the board to reconcile the numbers with the sheriff, with the DA, so that what would be really helpful in the future is if there's any way to get a consensus or be able to tell us, these are the points where we disagree, because I feel a bit at sea trying to figure out what to take away from this. So I guess, is there more to be done here? For example, DA Savernock said he would like to work with you and understand whether these are statistically significant differences. Maybe, could you respond to that?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Hartman. To be honest, I haven't heard any of the numbers that differ, so if there are some, I'd be happy to address those. I've worked with Chief Waslewski on the data on the sheriff's side, and I think we're in agreement on the numbers there. I'm happy to work with the DA on the statistical significance question. That's an outstanding question that wasn't part of my report, but if there's a number that's out that in my report that doesn't agree with someone else's, I'm happy to talk that through. But today I actually haven't heard a difference in numbers, just the question around statistical significance. So if there are, though, I'm happy to address that, and I will work with the stakeholders to do so.
Okay, or just clarifying ahead of the meeting, where are the differences in assumptions that lead then to different conclusions about the future? Is it a 10-year framework? Is it a 40-year framework? Is it what kinds of, because I'm left trying to sort it out, and I'm still not confident, and it would be, from my perspective, to have a consensus. You've come a long, long way, but if we could get a consensus on that, it would make our jobs up here much easier.
Sure, absolutely. And I'll work with the stakeholders to provide as much clarity as possible.
And you're going to keep working with us, and I'm delighted to hear that. And I'm very impressed with all the programs that are listed, and it's going to be tremendously exciting to see how those all work. I don't know, my mind keeps calling for, is there some way to map this, to see it more visually, how they interrelate? Because it's a lot, and trying to put it in perspective is a struggle.
Chair, Supervisor Hartman, interesting that you bring up the mapping piece. As part of our Community Corrections Partnership work, there is a suggestion from the Probation Department that's before the work group to hire a consultant to look at all of our diversion efforts, to map them out, identify more clearly the target populations for those, and look at whether we're reaching the right populations, where there's gaps or where there's overlap. I think even those of us that are familiar with the system can be somewhat overwhelmed by the nuances to the different target populations in our diversion efforts. So I do see that as a possibility to add some more clarity for your board, the partnership, as well as the community at large, if we go forward, if we're able to go forward with that recommendation and secure a more robust mapping effort for our diversion projects in particular.
And then it seems like each of these is basically an experiment, and we're testing and we're trying to figure out where are we going to get the most result. And for me, it would be nice to know what are our hypotheses. Where do we think we're going to get the most result for our investment, and be clearer about what it is that we're testing. And so when this comes back, perhaps that would be a nice thing to understand, because I have no sense of relative impact of, this set of programs. And I realize we're in the learning phase, but there are, we're not ahead of the curve in criminal justice reform, and there's a lot of studies, data, experience out there. So how do we use that to try to help us better understand what it is we're testing for, what it is that we think is going to be, and then we may be surprised or not, but I'm missing the hypothesis clarity given these experiments. And I know, want to say Chief Heitman, ACEO Heitman, you have done so much of this kind of work in the past. I'd like to see a little more here. And I think that's it. I think we've come a long way, and I think the board as a whole is saying keep with it. This is the direction we think we need to go in the future. We don't know exactly what the jail population will be. We don't know exactly how many pods, but we do know that we're better, and we're going to make our community safer, and we're going to reduce recidivism by you all working together.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. Just 3 quick points. One, I love that we have an economist looking at our jail population, and I appreciate the work that was initiated before I was on this board. So thank you. I think it's extremely important to look at it from a fiscal point of view. So thanks for the report. Secondly, I just always appreciate when we have the opportunity to discuss criminal justice reform and new policies with our criminal justice partners and with this board. And to that point, thanks to our advocates who just continue to educate us and keep us accountable. And we did at our last meeting commit to a public hearing of some sort prior to our budget, and Supervisor Hartman and I are on task for that with the CEO's office. I just wanted to reaffirm that commitment that that'll happen prior to budget hearings. So thanks, everyone.
Okay. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavadino. As I said before, I think we're all on the same page. These are all positive directions. I think we have the right players working together. One other piece that leads to incarceration and crime that I don't think that we're addressing, and this isn't the group here today to look at it, but it really is economic development, right? I mean, the best thing for prevention of crime is a job, and so I just want to keep that in mind as we kind of move forward. The places where the crime is the highest is in the Lompoc and Santa Maria valleys, where our economies are most suppressed. And we as a county can spend more time and effort and energy into trying to develop those communities, because if we keep people working and productive, there's a lot less needs for, criminogenic behaviors, more families intact, less domestic violence. There's so many good things that come from that. And so just want to really keep that on the top of our mind as we're tackling this. We're kind of doing it right now, just looking through a keyhole, but there's a lot bigger issues at play that I think we all need to keep in mind as we make decisions on investments in the county and where we are doing those. And there's definitely some communities that do need some additional help. And I hope as a board that we continue to keep that in mind.
All great points. Yeah, I think Supervisor Nelson hit on something that I was actually thinking about. It's like when you really try to get back to what's the root cause. The root cause of the person in jail. I mean, for me, it always seems strange that we're chasing this arbitrary number, like we're trying to get to a number. And I don't know. Maybe I just feel like we're focusing on kind of the wrong thing. The number is just indicative of who commits crimes, right? And so we don't really control that. Where it is controlled is the ability to get educated, better housing, you know, a lot of things way outside of our scope. Well, there's ways that we can impact. It's still, you know, society as a whole. So, just a couple comments. You know, I kept hearing the number $332 to incarcerate people. I will let you folks know that the only thing probably that costs more than incarceration is mental health programs. And so the PUF is actually $2,600 a day to have somebody stay at the psychiatric health facility. So moving people out of the jail that are mentally ill, for me, it's not a budgetary issue or trying to save money. It's the right thing to do. We have to realize, I don't think there's just going to be this giant cost savings of moving people that are mentally ill out of the jail, and then we can use that money to do something else. It's going to be to service those people that are in the jail right now that are suffering from mental illness. And I really liked, Mr. Severance, when you talked about hope, because that's where I'm at. I know everybody's already under a ton of pressure, but these programs need to work because the public right now is at a crossroads. You know, you saw up in the Bay Area, State Senator Scott Wiener, who I don't think anybody here is going to label a tough on crime conservative. He just passed, or he's introducing legislation changing a little bit tougher on crime on car break-ins and retail theft. In-N-Out just had to close up in that area because there was so much vandalism and crime. Governor Newsom has just introduced some new initiatives having to do with retail and property crimes. So, you know, those folks are sensing that the public is calling for action. Now, we've gone down a different path of trying to implement these programs. I have full faith that they're going to work. The fact that we have very smart people, dedicated people working on these programs. But my fear is, or what I sense is, the state of California has enacted some very, very tough on crime initiatives in the past when they go straight to the public through the ballot initiative. We've seen what happens there. So, you know, my hope is these programs work because honestly, if they don't, and we keep moving in the direction that we're moving, the people will take the power. And we saw what happened with that, with 3 strikes, 15, 20, 30 rules that come into effect that are very draconian on their side. But, you know, sometimes that's the path that they go down. So I really appreciate this report. It was very eye-opening to me, the recidivism factor with 46% of the people in jail have been booked in there 3 times or more. I mean, that tells us we have a serious problem. And with 86% of the people in jail right now currently with a felony or multiple felonies, we have 28 murderers, people charged with murder. That's not our old town county jail that we used to have, right? It's completely different. So we have to all be cognizant of that. So really appreciate staff working together on this issue. I'm positive that our board is on the same page as you are, and we will continue to move forward. So can I get a motion to receive and file? I think we've given as direction that everybody understands that. So it's A, B, C, and D.
Sure, I move the staff report and
Great.
receive and file. Thank you.
Okay.
Second.
Moved by, I was going to say Congresswoman, Supervisor Capps and Supervisor Hartman. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you very much. That now takes us to, come on. Next, this is what happens when I have a script. If I don't have a script, I kind of knew what I was doing. I know we're going to closed session, but I wrote all over this. Okay, so we're now going to recess to closed session. Will County Council please read the items for consideration today?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. In closed session today, the board is scheduled to consider public employee appointment for the Director of Public Works and conference with labor negotiators for Civil Attorney Associations, Deputy District Attorney Association, Engineer and Technicians Association, Santa Barbara County Deputy Sheriff's Association, SEIU Local 620 and Local 721, and the agency designated representatives are CEO Miyasato and Human Resources Director Christine Schmidt.
All right, you anticipate an hour and a half, so let's say we'll be back 2:30 or sooner. So. Doo-doo. What's her name? All right. All right, Beth, we're reconvening the meeting of January 23rd, 2024. King County Council, please report out from closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session on 2 items: public employee appointment for Director of Public Works and conference with labor negotiators with the unions listed in the agenda, and the board took no reportable action.
Okay, we are adjourned until February 6th, 2024 here in Santa Barbara. Good job.